Chapter to 1976. First update, please eat it. On the Sword Ring Star, a 100-meter-long spaceship took off and flew towards the sky. On the spaceship, Muyu stood at the stern and looked back at the Lin family, which was getting smaller and smaller. The smile on his face was replaced by seriousness, leaving a mark in the void. He was surprised to see a genius who could leave a mark in the void here. As far as he knew, there was only one disciple who could leave a mark in the void in the Sword Palace of a Yuan sect. He was the great senior brother, No Return Sword, who was regarded as the godson of the next generation. The godson was a peerless genius who could compete for the position of the hierarch. Even if he failed, he still had a great chance to become the palace master. In the Yuan sect, the hierarch was the most respected, followed by the three palace masters. Senior brother, no matter how talented that person is, he will disappear in the end with an ordinary background and environment. It was rare for Yin Xiao to say something reasonable, which surprised Muyu. Then, Muyu smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are right." He was not comforting her, but agreeing with her. It was difficult to raise a dragon in shallow water. This was the truth no matter where one was. Even if one had sufficient talent, if one did not have the right inheritance, resources, and environment, one would still shine like a shooting star for a lifetime before dimming out and vanishing into the masses. Muyu was the true disciple of the Yuan sect. He could at least become an elder of the Sword Palace in the future. Fortunately, he did not agree to become the second senior brother's sword guard. Otherwise, his talent would be valued when he entered the Sword Palace. At that time, he would be able to surpass Muyu. Muyu could not help but feel lucky. "Senior brother, we can't let this person go." Yin Xiao was very happy to be praised by Muyu. Then, she said with a ferocious look, full of killing intent. Previously, he had almost killed her with his sword. Although Yin Xiao knew that he couldn't kill her because she had the means her grandfather had left her. Even if a spirit realm expert attacked her, he wouldn't be able to kill her. However, the feeling of facing death was too terrifying. She had never experienced such a terrifying feeling since she was young. "Junior sister, don't worry. He will die. However, the most important thing now is to return to the sect. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm will open soon." Muyu smiled. Once they entered the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, as long as they could obtain a suitable divine weapon, their strength would increase. If they could obtain the divine weapon origin to nurture a divine weapon of life, their strength would be even more shocking. When the time came, he would deal with this person. No matter how high one's talent was, it couldn't compare to strength. Absolute power was absolute suppression. In the Lin family, Qinzong stared at the departing spaceship with a murderous look in his eyes. He would never forget that Yin Xiao had dared to attack him. It was just that he didn't have the chance to do so. As for Muyu, there was no clear winner or loser in that exchange of sword techniques. After realizing that Qinzong's sword technique had left a mark in the air, Muyu withdrew her sword. Obviously, he was not confident that he could defeat Qinzong. Similarly, Qinzong wasn't sure about Muyu's strength either. Moreover, this was the Lin family. If he killed Muyu and Yin Xiao, it would only bring disaster to the Lin family. He could ignore the others, but not Lin Weiyin and Yin Xiao. At least, they were his friends. He couldn't put his friends in danger. Then, he could only wait for other opportunities. Qinzong had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before they met again. When that time came, it would be victory or defeat, life or death. "Big brother Chun, are you leaving?" Lin Weihan asked with a look of reluctance. "Not really. I'm just traveling around the sword planet." Qinzong smiled. Qinzong's goal was to travel around the sword planet. He wanted to see the local customs, the landscape, and everything here. He wanted to feel the rotation of heaven and earth and the changes of the sun and moon. Through this, he could comprehend and obtain an opportunity to break through to level 2. 3 flowers in 1. 3 flowers in 1 wasn't something that could be achieved through simple cultivation. It required enlightenment and an opportunity. Meditating was a rare opportunity, so he had to leave. Walking around the world, mountains, rivers, and the mysteries of nature were contained within. That might be where the opportunity was. Coincidentally, this was a planet. Qinzong felt that it was quite novel. He might be able to find an opportunity by walking around. I'll come back in a month or 3 months because I still need to borrow the heavy blade to go to the second city of world suppression. Qinzong smiled. Although Lin Wayne was reluctant, she didn't ask him to stay. Cultivators traveled thousands of miles with their swords. With their swords as companions, they measured the earth with their feet. It was a pleasure that no one could take away from them. She practiced swordsmanship, so she understood. Goodbye. Qinzong saluted with his sword and turned to leave. The wind blew and his clothes fluttered. Lin Wayne was dazed for a moment. Crossing the mountains, Qinzong didn't use any movement techniques or fly. He just walked as if he was taking a stroll. When his feet stepped on the soft mountains covered with withered leaves, there was the sound of withered leaves breaking. Along with the wind, there was an indescribable charm. When his feet walked through the stream, the gentle sound was like a moving music that flowed in his heart and washed away the dust. When he was lying on the top of the mountain, there was a majestic rock beneath him. He gazed at the sky and saw the white clouds floating thousands of miles away. Everything was changing. His heart was high and the world was vast. The sun and the moon rotated, and black and white alternated. Qinzong forgot about cultivation techniques, sword techniques, secret techniques, and his own cultivation. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a cultivator. Wind, frost, snow, rain, the sun, and the moon were black and white. He walked alone for thousands of miles. He didn't know how much time had passed. There were a few more weeds in his hair and stubble on his chin. He looked as if he had aged 10 years. But Qinzong's eyes didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, they became brighter and brighter. They were like a stream in the mountains, shining brightly like the sun in the sky, illuminating the world and all things in the world. But he was still a little short. That little bit was not enough. Qinzong wasn't in a hurry. He continued walking. There was still time. A month had passed, and Qinzong had already walked very, very far. He forgot about cultivation. When he was thirsty, he drank dew. The dew in the morning was sweet and refreshing. When he was hungry, he would eat wild fruits. Some wild fruits were bright red, but tasted very sour. Some wild fruits were green, but tasted very sweet. Some wild fruits were golden, but tasted very bitter. Whether it was sweet or bitter, sour or salty, Qinzong ate them all. He chewed and tasted them slowly, as if he was savoring life. 2 months passed. 3 months passed. Qinzong seemed to have forgotten to return to the Lin family. Lin Wayne couldn't wait for Qinzong's return, and because she had matters to attend to at the Flying Snow Pavilion, she could only take the heavy blade and leave Ring Sword Planet for the second city of world suppression. As for Lin Weihan, she stayed behind. She wouldn't be of much help at the Flying Snow Pavilion. For months, Qinzong suddenly felt a little irritated. Why couldn't he find an opportunity to break through? The 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit were still at the first level. There was no sign of them merging into one. Where was the opportunity? Or was he on the wrong path? In an instant, Qinzong began to doubt himself. His heart's sword intent shook. With a boom, the terrifying sword qi suddenly exploded. It rushed out from Qinzong's body and spread in all directions. In just an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters around Qinzong was pierced and torn apart by the sword qi. Whether it was the grass, the rocks, or even the soil on the ground, everything was instantly pulverized in a powder. Endless dust scattered into the air. Slash! The sword light suddenly lit up. It shone like the sun in the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the world. The sword light was blazing to the extreme. Wherever the sword passed, the ground shook. The roar shook the world as if it was going to destroy the world. A sword marked thousands of meters long suddenly appeared on the ground. It was several meters deep. Slash! 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 After dozens of slashes, everything within 10,000 meters was completely destroyed. Qinzong withdrew his sword and let out a long breath. After venting, he felt that all the irritation in his heart had disappeared. Looking at the ruins around him, Qinzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that his state of mind was still not enough. Since there was still some time left, he might as well go back to the Lin family. Whether or not he had broken through to the second level, he had to go back to the second city of world suppression to inform the city lord. In a flash, Chunzong flew away. Not long after, figures flew over from afar. They stopped in the air and looked down at the ruins below. Their faces were solemn. What a terrifying sword chi. Who's fighting? There shouldn't be a fight. There's only one chi here. Someone must have attacked. Why? I'm not sure. But I'm sure that this person's strength is terrifying. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Suddenly, some people left quickly, as if they were afraid of getting into big trouble. After walking for several months, even if it was a leisurely walk, he could still cover a long distance. However, with Chunzong's flying speed, it wouldn't take long for him to cover the distance of several months walking and return to the Lin family. As he flew, Chunzong looked down. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he landed without hesitation. It was a pond, a very large pond. The pond was filled with lotus leaves. This was a natural lotus pond, not a man-made one. Therefore, the lotus leaves looked a little scattered, and some of them were about to wither. They were sparse and disorderly, without any human intervention. It was not the season yet, so there were no lotuses. But it was just a natural lotus leaf, and it was a beautiful scene. Chunzong stood by the pond and sat down unconsciously, staring at the lotus leaves. The wind blew, making the lotus leaves sway and the pond ripple. Unconsciously, Chunzong closed his eyes. It was dark in front of him, and then it suddenly lit up. The lotus pond seemed to be reflected in his heart. The wind blew the leaves, and his mind was light. Calm the mind, focus. I closed my eyes, but my mind reflected the world. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was not dark, but dark clouds spread from afar, and a little rain fell. There seemed to be a crisp sound. The raindrops fell on the lotus leaves and splashed into 3 drops, falling on 3 lotus leaves that were close to each other. Chapter 1977. Second update. The lotus leaves moved when the wind blew, the lotus leaves scattered when the rain fell, and the water droplets gathered when the leaves turned. A cool breeze blew gently by the side of the vast pond. Chunzong sat on the ground with his eyes closed while the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his face was suffused with a tranquil and serene smile. Moreover, the aura of his entire body had become indistinct, as if it was about to fuse into the lotus pond and disperse with the wind. More raindrops fell. It was a drizzle. The drizzle continued, and the faintly discernible chill crept closer like a naughty child. The drizzle continued to fall and fell into the lotus pond, creating a layer of faint ripples, as if it was a gentle touch. When it fell on the lotus leaves, it also made a slight rustling sound, as if the raindrops and the lotus leaves were playing together, performing the harmony of the zither and the zither. Countless raindrops fell on the lotus leaves and slowly flowed along the veins of the lotus leaves. On the lotus pond, there was a lotus leaf that looked a little special. It was special in that there were 3 lotus leaves like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a small, tender, green lotus leaf that seemed to have just sprouted. The 3 large, dark green lotus leaves tilted slightly towards the small, tender lotus leaf, and the water droplets fell in a line, one after another landing on the small lotus leaf that was curled up in the center. A little makes a lot, and water makes a puddle. Chunzong slowly opened his eyes and stared at the strange lotus leaf, as if it was reflected in his eyes and in his heart. An indescribable spiritual light instantly surged from his heart. The swaying 3 flowers of the essence, chi, and spirit realm in his spirit sea suddenly shook, and each of them flowed with traces of light. That was the power essence of the 3 flowers. Converge. They converged towards the center so naturally and smoothly. Little did they know that there was an indescribable danger in it. If they failed, the 3 flowers would be damaged or even destroyed. However, Chunzong did not seem to notice anything. Everything was so natural, and he went with the flow. He was in harmony with the rain between heaven and earth, the lotus leaves on the lotus pond, and the water droplets on the lotus leaves. Little by little, they converged towards the center. In the center of the 3 flowers of the spirit sea, a new flower of extreme realm seemed to quietly condense. From the 3 flowers of the essence, chi, and spirit, which were almost solid, flowed traces of light like water. That was the essence of the 3 flowers of the essence, chi, and spirit. They converged in the illusory flower in the center, and the illusory flower gradually solidified at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. After some time, the rain stopped, and the sky became clear again. Chunzong also woke up from his moment of enlightenment, and his eyes were clear and bright. The 3 essence, chi, and spirit flowers in his deity Si continued to pour out their essence like a long stream, gathering into the flower of extremity at the center. This was the realm and cultivation of the 3 flowers of the 3 flowers of the flower of the 3 flowers of the 3 flowers of the one. The flower in the middle was not the essence flower, nor was it the energy flower, nor was it the divine flower. It was a combination of the 3, a completely new flower. It was the true extreme flower. In order to distinguish it from the 3 flowers, cultivators gave it a name and recognized it. The power contained within the flower of extreme was also the power of the fusion of the essence, chi, and spirit. It was a completely new power, known as the force of the extreme. Chunzong vaguely knew that other people had to cultivate at all times in order to continuously fuse the essence of the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit. This would accelerate the growth of the flower of extreme and allow the force of the extreme to constantly increase. However, he did not have to do that. The 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit were all at the peak level. As they constantly resonated, everything happened spontaneously. Even though it was not as fast as wholeheartedly cultivating, it did not stop at all. At this speed, the time it would take for the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit to completely fuse into the flower of extreme would be much shorter than other cultivators. Chunzong could not help but smile. When the flower of extreme had begun to condense, Chunzong felt like his essence, chi, and spirit had been raised to a whole new level. He felt like he had surpassed his limits, as if he was about to be reborn. He put his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the void. A wisp of the force of the extreme was immediately mobilized. It instantly pierced through the void, stirring up layers of ripples that directly tore through the void. The spatial strength of the sword ring star was much stronger than the Tianyuan sacred region when he had left. It was also slightly stronger than the Purgatory Ogre, but it could not be compared to the second-ranked city of Suppressing World. His strength alone was enough to tear through the void. After carefully sensing it, Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. Double. The power of the ultimate realm from the flower of ultimate realm had doubled his strength. At the first level of the demigod level, in addition to the strength of one's cultivation method, the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit would also be integrated. With the support of the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit, one's strength would greatly increase, and he would be much stronger than a half-step great saint. However, at the first level, the 3 flowers of essence, vitality, and spirit were only a simple and shallow fusion, condensing them all together. However, the fusion now was a true fusion on a deeper level. It was a fusion that had truly fused into a completely new power, possessing even more astonishing power. His strength had multiplied. Even with Reaper Slaughter's strength, he could not withstand a single strike from Chunzong's sword. His strength had greatly increased, and more importantly, his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the demigod level. He had achieved his goal of this trip, although he had spent more time than expected. All in all, this trip was a success. It was time to go back. His body moved, and he instantly broke through the void. His speed was twice as fast as before. Soon, Chunzong returned to the Lin family. However, the Reaper Blade had not returned yet. Hence, Chunzong stayed in the Freezing Sky Sword Academy and waited. Every day, he cultivated the flower of extreme, practiced his sword skills, and comprehended the way of the sword. As for the second will of Tao, it had not completely transformed. It felt like something was missing. However, Chunzong did not know what was missing. He could only rely on luck. Perhaps, when the time came, the transformation would be complete. Now, he could not be anxious. He could relax. For now, the heartsword intent was enough. After all, he had not completely unearthed the potential of the heartsword intent. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Reaper Blade had returned. After half a month of cultivation, the mark of the void had become more profound. However, the flower of extreme did not seem to have changed much. The cultivation of the second level was indeed more difficult than the cultivation of the first level. However, the second level was enough. It was about time. After boarding the Reaper Blade, Chunzong left the Sword Ring planet and headed to the second city of world suppression. If there was nothing important, the Reaper Blade would not set off easily. This was because every voyage would consume a lot of energy and resources. However, this time, it was only for Chunzong. It was a small favor. Or rather, it was a small compensation from Lin Chongkong. That was not important. With the Reaper Blade speed, it would take about a month to travel from the Sword Ring planet to the second city of world suppression. Chunzong focused on cultivating on the Reaper Blade. Everything was peaceful and quiet. As time passed, the silhouette of the second city of world suppression appeared in front of him. Chunzong could not help but smile. When he first entered the void, the first place he went to was the second city of world suppression. He had stayed there for a while and was quite familiar with the place. When he arrived at the second city of world suppression, the Reaper Blade landed. When Chunzong entered the city, he saw Lin Wayne. "Brother Chun, you're back." When she saw Chunzong, a smile appeared on Lin Wayne's face. "I'm back." Chunzong smiled back. Lin Wayne was a good friend. Of course, Chunzong did not consider other aspects of the moment. After returning to the Flying Snow Pavilion with Lin Wayne, Chunzong set off for the governor's mansion. After knowing that it was Chunzong, the gate of the governor's mansion opened. Someone welcomed him in, and he saw the mysterious governor. The governor stared at Chunzong for a few breaths and asked unhurriedly, "You've reached the second level?" His tone was not very certain. "Just now." Chunzong smiled. "Good." The governor could not help but smile. 1 year was actually very short. He was not sure whether Chunzong, whom he thought highly of, could reach the second level. After all, he had experienced it and knew how difficult it was to reach the second level from the first level. Even many geniuses would need to spend a lot of time to do it, not to mention the situation where the first level was not completed. But now, Chunzong did it. It was unexpected and made him happy. "My name is Su Luan. I'm in the imminent God realm, and I'm the godson of the Yuan Palace of the Yuan sect," the governor suddenly said. Chunzong was slightly stunned. The governor was indeed an eminent God realm expert. Moreover, he was from the Yuan sect. But thinking about it, it was normal. The second city of world suppression was located in the Yuan galaxy, and the Yuan galaxy was the territory of the Yuan sect. Then, the governor of the second city of world suppression should be from the Yuan sect. As for the first city of world suppression and the third city of world suppression, Chunzong estimated that they were also from the Yuan sect. What was more unexpected was their identity. Godson. After learning about the Yuan sect and fighting with Muyu, Chunzong naturally knew more about the Yuan sect. There were 3 palaces in the Yuan sect. Therefore, from top to bottom, there were the hierarch, deputy hierarch, palace master, godson, elder, true disciple, inner sect, and outer sect. The godson was equal to the candidate of the hierarch. Even if he could not become the hierarch, he could become the deputy hierarch or palace master. In short, the godson was not only in the imminent God realm, but also in a high position. His position in the Yuan sect was not inferior to the elders. He was even superior to most of the elders. Only some of the elders who had great power could be compared with him. Chunzong never thought that the governor would be a godson of the Yuan sect. There were 3 palaces in the Yuan sect, and each palace had 2 godson. The governor of the first city of world suppression is the godson of the Sword Palace. The governor of the third city of world suppression is the godson of the Black Palace. Su Luan said with a smile, letting Chunzong know more. Becoming the governor of the 6 cities of world suppression in the 2 galaxies is a test for the 6 of us. To become the hierarch, of course, one must have extraordinary abilities. This ability could be used in many aspects. Cultivation base and strength were just one of them. One must be able to stay calm in the face of danger and deal with all kinds of big and small things well. One must also have outstanding vision, and so on. In short, the position of the hierarch was never something that could be won easily. It required many years of competition before the final evaluation. Becoming the governor of the city of world suppression was one of the tests. As for the divine weapon secret realm, it was also a test. Each godson had a quota to enter the divine weapon secret domain. As for who the quota was given to, it was up to the godson to choose. It was also a test of vision. Chapter 1978. Third update. Su Wan's words immediately made Chunzong understand that all of this was just a competition between the 2 of them. There were 3 palaces in Yuan's sect. None of the palaces were stronger or weaker. They were almost at the same level. Since they could become the godson, they were naturally quite outstanding in all aspects. They were far from being comparable to others. The competition between the godsons for the position of the hierarch was like a war without gunpowder or blood. It was an invisible game. The appointment of the Lord of the World-Suppressing City was to test their management ability. At the same time, it was also to see if they could use their unique vision to pick out outstanding talents to enter the divine weapon secret realm and achieve good results. This would add brilliance to the assessment of the successor of the hierarch. Of course, even if one won first place, he wouldn't immediately become the sect leader. Instead, he would become the acting sect leader and slowly take over the sect's affairs. When the time was right, the succession ceremony would be held, and he would become the new sect leader and truly take charge of the sect. At the current stage, Su Wan did not have an advantage over the other 5 godsons. But this time, if Chunzong could achieve good results in the divine weapon secret realm, at least surpassing the other 5 godchildren's candidates, he would have a chance to temporarily surpass them and take the lead. It was also because Chunzong's cultivation had broken through to the 2nd stage of the demigod realm that Su Wan said so much to Chunzong. Otherwise, he would not have said all this. He would not even tell him his name. "I will do my best," Chunzong said seriously. Su Wan had helped him before. Although Su Wan wanted something, he had already accepted the benefits and agreed to enter the divine weapon secret realm. Since he was helping Su Wan, it was also an opportunity that belonged to him. It was a win-win situation. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't refuse. Why not? There was still some time before the opening of the divine weapon secret realm. Chunzong returned to his courtyard to continue cultivating while waiting for Su Wan's notification. When Chunzong returned to the courtyard he had bought and entered the hall, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the originally empty table, there was a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist. It was clear and flawless. It even seemed to be emitting a halo. Chunzong's pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. Crystal ball. He clearly remembered that when he left, this crystal ball was definitely not there. Moreover, the array formation here had been activated, so it belonged to him. Otherwise, they would have to forcefully break the formation to enter. However, the formation was still operating perfectly. It was very strange. As if it had sensed Chunzong's presence, the crystal ball suddenly trembled and radiated light in all directions. Chunzong gathered his sword will, ready to unleash the power of the ultimate realm at any time. Once he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately attack without mercy. The light from the crystal ball fell on the walls of the hall. Immediately, clouds and mist appeared. Chunzong focused his eyes and saw the clouds disperse, and the drizzle continued. An ancient-looking pavilion appeared in front of him, as if it was right in front of him. It didn't feel like a picture at all, as if it really existed. This made Chunzong very surprised. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. It felt like he was flying forward, rapidly approaching the ancient-looking pavilion. Suddenly, a very ancient and mysterious black gold mask appeared in front of him. as if looking at him through endless time and space. Golden light flickered in the black eye sockets like burning stars. Sir Chunzong, Tianxin Sword. Nice to meet you. I hope you don't dislike this method. The mouth of the black gold mask was carved. It was a straight line and did not move at all, but an ancient, vigorous, and deep voice came out. It was slightly hoarse, as if there was the rustling sound of drizzling rain. Tell me your purpose, Chunzong said calmly, neither too fast nor too slow. However, there was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. My name is He Jin, the external contact of the Spring Rain House, the black gold mask replied. The Spring Rain House. Chunzong frowned slightly. Have you not heard of the Spring Rain House? The black gold mask immediately began to explaining the various abilities of the Spring Rain House. As Chunzong listened, he was quite surprised. There was actually such a magical organization in the void. It was really mysterious and powerful. Sir Tianxin Sword, you are very talented and have great potential. In the future, there's a great possibility that you will reach the imminent god level. After the introduction of the Spring Rain House, the black gold mask changed the topic. However, it may also take a long time to reach the imminent god level. What are you trying to say? Chunzong asked in reply. The Spring Rain House is confident that you can reach the imminent god level within 10 years. The black gold mask's words surprised Chunzong. Reach the imminent god level within 10 years. The more Chunzong cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to reach the imminent god level from the demigod level. He understood that his plan to reach the imminent god level in the Tianyuan sacred territory before entering the void was unrealistic. Because of the environment in the Tianyuan sacred territory, he was afraid that he would have to spend more time and energy to reach the imminent god level. Because of this, Chunzong felt that the 10-year time limit given by the black gold mask was extraordinary. Moreover, it was a 100% guarantee. Within 10 years, we will not overdraw your potential, nor will there be any side effects. The black gold mask emphasized. What price? Chunzong asked in reply. It was normal for there to be traps on the ground when there was a pie in the sky. Serve the Spring Rain House for 100 years after you reach the imminent god level. The black gold mask stated the condition. I refuse. Chunzong did not hesitate. The Spring Rain House was very mysterious and very powerful. However, Chunzong was not willing to serve it for 100 years, because he firmly believed that he could reach the imminent god level within 10 years through his own efforts. Even if he could not do it for 10 years, he could accept it for a few more years. Why should he serve a mysterious Spring Rain House for 100 years? To serve meant to obey orders. He had to do whatever he was told to do. That was the price. He did not want to pay such a price. I'm sorry, but the Spring Rain House's promise will always be valid. The black gold mask's tone contained some regret. Then, as a gift for our first meeting, I'll tell you a piece of news. It was Chu Shanha of the Chu family who dealt with you through the Spring Rain House. Then, the black gold mask seemed to quickly retreat in Chunzong's eyes. The antique pavilion appeared again. The drizzle continued, and clouds emerged from the left and right. The light receded, and the crystal ball returned to its original state. After looking at it for a while, Chunzong put away the crystal ball into the Nine Heavens ring. Because who knew when the Spring Rain brothel would be of use to him? Just as he was about to go into seclusion, someone barged in. You are Chunzong. The intruder's figure was fleeting, like a layer of mist that could be blown away by the wind at any time. His voice was also fleeting, as if it came from far away. Tell me your purpose. Chunzong's expression did not change. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither cold nor hot. I'm from the Chu family. I'm here on the orders of the master to recruit you into the Chu family. The man spoke very directly, and there was a sense of superiority in his tone. I'm Chu Shanha's enemy. Are you sure the Chu family wants to recruit me? Chunzong asked with a faint smile. It's nothing more than a confrontation between the younger generation. It doesn't matter. As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake in front of the young master, it will be fine. The voice of the man in the fog floated up, entering Chunzong's ears. You come from a humble background, but you have a great innate talent. If you wholeheartedly pledge your loyalty to the Chu family, we will do our best to train you. Within 100 years, you can reach the spirit realm. 100 years. Chunzong could not help but smile. The Spring Rain House said 10 years, but the Chu family said 100 years. This was the difference. For example, the difference between the Spring Rain House and the Chu family was many times greater. Furthermore, they wanted him to lower his head and admit defeat to Chu Shanhe. What a joke, since they wanted to use the Spring Rain House to deal with him. Then Chu Shanhe would die as long as he had the chance. Now, pack up and leave with me. The man in the mist seemed to be full of confidence. His tone also carried a hint of command. Scram. Chunzong only spat out one word. What did you say? The man in the mist seemed to be in disbelief. Scram. Chunzong repeated. You're courting death. Kneel down. The man in the mist was furious. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It was not the aura of a demigod. It was more powerful, more profound, and more terrifying. Spirit realm. This was the aura of a spirit realm expert. This man was in spirit realm expert. Now that he was angry, it was as if the sky and earth changed colors. The formation of the entire courtyard could not withstand such a terrifying aura. It collapsed in an instant. Chunzong only felt as if the sky had collapsed, directly pressing down, causing him to be unable to move at all, unable to resist at all. In front of this power, he was as weak as a person with a terminal illness. He could not fight back at all. His legs kept bending, and he was about to kneel down. Erupt. In an instant, the heart sword will burst out unyieldingly. The sword will broke out of Chunzong's body, carrying the ultimate strength of his body. He wanted to break free from this oppression. He moved. Chunzong's legs, which were about to bend, suddenly stopped. It was as if they had turned into steel and iron bones. He slowly straightened his legs and stood up again. He actually withstood it. The man in the mist was shocked. A demigod realm expert could actually withstand the suppression of a spirit realm expert's aura. It was unbelievable. No wonder young Master Shanhe was defeated by this man. Since he could not be used by the Chu family, he could not live. Otherwise, with his talent, potential, and temperament, once he grew up, it would not be a good thing for the Chu family. The murderous intent burst out in an instant. Chunzong felt as if he had fallen into an ice hell. His whole body was cold. His legs and back, which were just about to straighten up, also stopped in an instant. It was as if an ancient ice mountain was pressing down on him. How dare you attack under my nose? You deserve to die. An extremely ghastly voice resounded abruptly. After that, a strand of multicolored divine radiance lit up the horizon, and it instantly tore through the sky and arrived here. In just a moment, it attacked the man in the mist. The man in the mist did not have time to dodge and was hit directly. He screamed and retreated without hesitation. He turned into mist and disappeared quickly. Chapter 1979. Part 1. It was a 100-meter-long spaceship. It was mainly black, with wisps of silver. It looked like a leaf, flying in the void at an astonishing speed. Chunzong felt that the speed of this 100-meter-long spaceship was several times faster than the raking blade. If he took this kind of spaceship, it would take less than 10 days to reach the sword ring star from the second world suppressing city. It would only take 7 or 8 days. This spaceship was the private spaceship of the second world suppressing city master, Su Luan. There were only 2 people on the spaceship. One was Su Luan, and the other was Chunzong. They were flying away from the second world suppressing city, heading to the entrance of the divine weapon secret domain. Chunzong, I've warned the Chu family, but you still need to be careful. They don't dare to do anything in the open, but it's hard to say what they will do in the dark. Su Luan said to Chunzong while making tea. Thank you, Brother Su, Chunzong said gratefully. That day, in the courtyard of the second world suppressing city, the spirit realm warrior of the Chu family came to recruit him. After being rejected, he was enraged and tried to kill Chunzong. Luckily, Su Luan intervened in time. Sulwan ordered the divine weapon to attack and cut off one of the warrior's arms. Then, he chased after him and severely wounded him. Afterwards, he directly warned the Chu family as the godson of a Yuan cult, which could be considered as eliminating the threat on the surface for Chunzong. However, there was no way to deal with the hidden threat. Only Chunzong himself could pay attention to it and be vigilant. The tea was fragrant and seemed to contain some kind of Tao. Chunzong sipped it lightly, and his entire body felt comfortable and refreshed. He could only feel strands of clear energy lingering endlessly in his body, making him feel like he was floating in the air. It was extremely wonderful. After drinking the tea, Chunzong immediately felt that the three flowers were swaying, and the power essence flowing out seemed to be faster. This state lasted for half a day before it slowed down. The efficiency of the three flowers was equal to the result of a few days. After the second cup, it was still effective, but it decreased. After the third cup, it decreased again. After the fifth cup, it was completely ineffective. However, after 5 cups of tea, it was better than the result of half a month. The ship is preparing to enter the void. You should enter the protective cabin. Sulwan said. The protective cabin was a unique cabin that only some of the more advanced spaceships had. Once inside, one would be directly protected by great power, such as the body and soul. As for void travel, it was as if one could travel through space and time in an instant. One could travel from one side to another in an extremely short amount of time and save a lot of flying time. The protective cabin wasn't big. It could only hold one person, and they had to lie down inside. It didn't take long for Chunzong to feel the power around him twisting. His body seemed to be stretched infinitely, like noodles or like seaweed swaying in the water. However, he did not feel any pain. This was just a distortion of one's senses, an illusion caused by traveling through the void. Gradually, Chunzong felt his consciousness becoming blurry, as if he was sinking to the bottom. Then, he fell into darkness and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he was grotesque and variegated. He felt like he was being stretched and twisted, floating and shuttling through the colorful, twisting tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong suddenly woke up. He felt that everything seemed to have returned to normal. He walked out of the protective cabin. As expected, the spaceship had finished its void travel. In 3 days, we will arrive at the Bingmin sect. Sulwan smiled at Chunzong. The void travel this time directly saved a few months of flying time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it in time. 3 days, is it almost time? Chunzong was also faintly looking forward to it. Bingmin sect. 3 days. 2 days. 1 day. Chunzong was cultivating. He was either cultivating the 3 flowers into one or comprehending the sword art. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. In the void, a huge door stood. The door was 1,000 meters tall. 2 huge pillars stood on both sides. The pillars were engraved with countless reliefs. If one looked carefully, the reliefs had many kinds of weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, staffs, etc. They were all in the shape of divine weapons, emitting a trace of extremely mysterious aura. Under the door, there was a huge square platform. The platform was 100,000 meters tall. It floated in the void, motionless. In addition to Sulwan's spaceship, there were 3 other spaceships approaching one after another. Among the 3 spaceships, 2 of them were 100 meters long, and one was 1,000 meters long. The 1,000-meter-long spaceship had a unique symbol. It was the symbol of the Yuan sect. It was the spaceship of the Yuan sect. This galaxy was called the Yuan Galaxy. It was the galaxy ruled by the Yuan sect. It was also the galaxy where the Yuan sect was located. As for the other galaxy ruled by the Yuan sect, it was adjacent. The spaceship landed. Figures descended from it and stood on the metal platform of the Bingmin sect that was tens of thousands of meters long. The metal platform was covered with many runes. It looked very complicated and flashed with a trace of flowing light. It was abnormally mysterious. Through his feet, Chunzong could feel a kind of amazing toughness. Immediately, Chunzong felt many gazes sweeping over him. Among them, Chunzong found one familiar. Drizzle Soar Muyu. Sure enough, they met again. Sensing Chunzong looking over, Muyu revealed a smile. She seemed to be very friendly. Sulwan's voice also sounded in Chunzong's ears. Chunzong knew the identity of these people. The woman in a black, gilded robe exuded an extremely mysterious aura. It was difficult to describe. She was one of the godchildren of the mysterious palace. The young man in a white robe with sword-like eyebrows was condensed from head to toe. He was one of the godchildren of the Sword Palace. As for the other 3 godchildren, they had to enter the divine weapon's secret domain through the Bingmen sect of the Yuan sect. The godchildren of the mysterious palace and the Sword Palace had also brought along a person. They were the geniuses they had chosen from the First and Third World Suppression City, respectively. The person chosen by the mysterious palace's godly disciple was a woman dressed in black. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were as sharp as a blade. When she looked at him, it was as if a blade had sliced through him. The godchild of the Sword Palace chose a sword cultivator. He looked ordinary, and his eyes were dark. His aura was strange and difficult to distinguish. In addition, there were the 9 true disciples of the Yuan sect. They were the 3 true disciples of the Origin Palace, the 3 true disciples of the Sword Palace, and the 3 true disciples of the Mysterious Palace. Among the 9 true disciples, the 3 true disciples of the Sword Palace were all men. Chunzong took a few more glances. One of them was the Drizzle Sword Muyu. The other one had sword-like eyebrows that constantly exuded an astonishing sharpness. His eyes seemed to be able to cut through everything. Chunzong guessed that he should be the 2nd true disciple of the Sword Palace, the Oblique Wind Sword. As for the other one, he looked calm. His eyes were deep and cold like an ancient well. There seemed to be a trace of deathly stillness in his eyes. It was terrifying. The sword of no return, the sword of death. He was curious before. Now that he finally saw it, it would be better if he could exchange blows with it. Chunzong thought to himself. As if he had sensed Chunzong's gaze, Slanting Wind Sword looked over and smiled. However, his smile was different from Muyu's. It was sharp like a sword, piercing straight towards Chunzong. The sword of no return glanced at Chunzong. His eyes were deathly still, and there was no fluctuation in them. However, Chunzong felt a chill down his spine. Teacher Su. The 3 true disciples of Yuan Palace bowed to Sulwan. Sulwan was the teacher of Yuan Palace. Before that, he was also a true disciple of Yuan Palace. He was their senior. Let me introduce the 3 of you. Sulwan smiled and looked at Chunzong. This is Chunzong. His swordsmanship is superb, and his talent is not bad. He is not inferior to any of you. The 3 true disciples of Yuan Palace looked at Chunzong. Their gazes were scrutinizing and probing. It was as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. However, Chunzong was unmoved. His aura was hidden, and it was difficult to see through him. Chunzong. These 3 are the 3 true disciples of Yuan Palace. Sulwan introduced them to Chunzong. Teacher Su, let's introduce ourselves. One of the chubby young men said with a smile. His small eyes narrowed as he looked at Chunzong. Hello, Brother Chunzong. My name is Li Wenhe. I am the 3rd true disciple of Yuan Palace. This is the 2nd senior, the 2nd true disciple of Yuan Palace, Yangji. The 2nd true disciple, Yangji, nodded slightly to Chunzong. However, his face was expressionless. It was the complete opposite of Li Wenhe's enthusiastic look. This is Yuan Palace's eldest senior sister, the 1st true disciple, Bai Mei. Bai Mei was wearing a white robe. She had a baby face and a petite body. She looked like she was in her teens. However, her actual age was not at her teens. She was much older. Hello. Bai Mei was more lively. She greeted Chunzong with a smile. However, her gaze was a bit strange. It was as if she was scrutinizing something. Hello. Chunzong also responded with a smile. Immediately, Li Wenhe introduced the true disciples of Xian Palace and Sword Palace to Chunzong. Sulwan was happy to do so. Sulwan, what is the origin of the person you chose? The Sword Palace's godson's gaze focused. He then asked casually, "No special origin?" Sulwan replied, "Neither too fast nor too slow." "Hee hee, I hope I won't embarrass you." The Sword Palace's godson had a fake smile. "I'm more worried about you." Sulwan responded with a slight smile. As for the Xian Palace's godson, he stood aside without saying a word. They were all waiting for the soldier gate to open. A figure suddenly flew out from the Yuan sect's spaceship and appeared in front of the soldier gate. "Greetings, Vice Sect Leader." The 9 true disciples, including the 3 godson, all bowed and saluted. The godson's position was very high. It was higher than many elders. However, compared to the Vice Sect Leader, there was still a big gap. Qinzong's gaze focused. However, he could only see a blurry light shadow. It was as if he was separated from him by countless time and space. He could not see anything at all. "No need to be so polite." A calm voice sounded. Immediately, the Vice Sect Leader made his move. A palm shot out. It also seemed like a hand chopping down. With a boom, the soldier gate trembled as if it was split open. A ray of light surged and suddenly turned into a wave. It surged violently and rushed to the left and right. At that moment, there was a shocking power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if it could destroy everything. "Remember, you only have 10 days. The Vice Sect Leader's voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Go!" Sulwan said to Qinzong and the 3 true disciples of Xian Palace. Chapter 1980. Second update. There were big and small secret realms. Some are naturally born, some are created by humans, and some are created by humans. Of course, there are also half-innate secret realms created by humans. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm belonged to the half-innate secret realm. It was naturally born in the void. A long time ago, an almighty of the Divine Weapon sect took a fancy to it and modified it, making it a secret realm for the disciples of the Divine Weapon sect to train. The once powerful Divine Weapon sect had disappeared in the river of time, becoming a record in the ancient books. The inheritance of the sect had long been divided by other major forces. Only the secret realm was passed down. Even if it was passed down, only people from major forces could enter the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. Star-level forces and independent cultivators had almost no chance. If Qinzong had not been chosen by Sulwan, he would not have had the chance to enter the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. With Chu Shana's background, he would not have had any chance at all. Of course, Sulwan had been observing Chu Shanha at the beginning. However, Qinzong had appeared, and he was much more outstanding than Chu Shanha. If there were no better candidates, Chu Shanha would have been the one to enter the secret realm. Chu Shanha did not know that he had lost a great opportunity. Of course, this was already in the past. Now, this opportunity belonged to Qinzong. There was no point in talking about it. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm was like a world. There was a sky, a land, mountains, water, and forests. Rumble. A shocking aura suddenly sounded in every corner of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. A ray of light appeared in a vast field. Instantly, it stretched to the left and right as if it was splitting open. It turned into a storm that swept in all directions with a shocking aura. It was like the impact of a huge wave. Soon after, the illusory image of a door also appeared and gradually condensed. The outline of countless weapons appeared on the door, giving off an aura of a divine temple. Not only here, but in other places, in some mountains, in some swamps, and in some valleys, the shadow of the Divine Weapon sect appeared. The peace of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm was broken in an instant. Roar, roar, hiss, hiss. In the mountains, valleys, swamps, and the depths of the forest, countless strange sounds rang out. Streaks of light flashed, turning into ferocious beasts of various appearances. They ran through the forest and soared in the sky. On the vast wilderness, 12 silhouettes appeared out of thin air. They were the 9 true disciples of Yuan cult and the 3 chosen by the godson. Everyone passed through the military gate and landed on the wilderness. Gusts of wind blew past, causing waves of grass to roll over and over. One wave after another. It was as if one wave had not yet subsided. Everyone's long hair and robes fluttered in the wind. The wind here was very cool and strong. Everyone's eyes swept across the area, sizing up the surroundings. The sky was high and boundless, and the earth was vast and boundless. The aura in the air gave off a mysterious feeling that was hard to describe. The three elite disciples of the Sword Palace flashed and instantly transformed into a wisp of sword light that flew off into the distance. The three disciples of the mysterious palace also left quickly. Only the three true disciples of the Origin Palace and the three people who had been chosen by the three great godsons remained. The person chosen by the Sword Palace's godson didn't say a word. His figure flashed and quickly disappeared. The person chosen by the mysterious palace's godson did the same, but in a different direction. "Brother Chun, do you want to go with us?" Li Wenhe asked with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness." Chun Zong cupped his fists and saluted with a sword. His figure flashed, and he also chose a direction and quickly left. Yang Ji, the second true disciple of Yuan Gong, snorted coldly. He seemed to think that Chun Zong was insensible. "Let's go." Bai Mei's voice was a little crisp. The three of them also left quickly. The shadow of the huge military gate gradually disappeared. When the time was up, it would reappear and let everyone leave the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. In other words, everyone had to return here in 10 days. Flying as fast as lightning, Chun Zong quickly left the shadow of the military gate. Not long after, a giant eagle soared in the sky, exuding an extremely sharp and cold aura. It swooped down from the sky. This aura was different from the aura of the eagle that he had felt before. It seemed to lack some kind of vitality, but more of a cold metallic taste. It was very mysterious. A divine weapon. Chun Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. Before entering, Su Wan had already said that the divine weapons in the Divine Weapon Secret Realm would take on various forms. For example, human forms, animal forms, plant forms, and so on. Among them, animal forms and plant forms were the most common, and human forms were the least common, but they were also the most precious. However, the value of a divine weapon was extraordinary. This giant eagle was transformed from an unknown divine weapon. Its eyes were extremely cold and sharp, and its sharp beak and claws were extremely sharp. Cold light shot out in all directions. Once caught, Chun Zong did not hesitate to believe that his flesh and blood would be torn apart, or even his entire body would be torn apart. The aura of the giant eagle was too terrifying. With a strike of the sharp claws, cracks appeared in the void, as if a large piece of it was about to be torn off. Chun Zong's scalp instantly went numb. The giant eagle's speed was extremely fast. It was like a stream of light sweeping across the sky. Chun Zong's hair stood on end. Dodge! Chun Zong's body dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. An extremely powerful and sharp gust of wind swept past him in an instant. It was as if the edge of a blade had sliced through the air, leaving behind a faint mark in the air. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation that was shocking to the eye. Chun Zong unsheathed his sharp sword and stabbed the giant eagle silently. The giant eagle was directly hit by the sword, but there were sparks sputtering. It was not injured, which made Chun Zong secretly shocked. The giant eagle was transformed from a divine weapon. In essence, it was a divine weapon. What was a divine weapon? It was made from many kinds of precious materials. At the same time, it had amazing mysteries. It was also extremely hard and difficult to destroy. Su Wan had explained this to Chun Zong. Of course, it also explained how to subdue a divine weapon. With powerful strength, one could defeat it and exhaust the power of the divine weapon, making it unable to maintain its original form. This was equivalent to subduing the divine weapon and taking it away. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. At least Chun Zong had experienced the strength of the giant eagle. It was very strong and was a formidable opponent. No wonder only second stage demigod warriors could enter the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. First stage demigod warriors would not be its opponent at all. they would be killed by the divine weapon directly. It was extremely miserable. The giant eagle was hit by the sword, sparks sputtering. It spread its wings again, and its body suddenly spun in the air like a sharp blade slashing through the void. Immediately, its claws grabbed the air, making Chunzong feel as if he was facing multiple enemies. Swing the sword. After blocking the giant eagle's attack, Chunzong could feel a powerful impact. That kind of sharpness was extremely shocking. Deflect the impact. Counterattack. A superb sword art was displayed as he continuously circled around the giant eagle. Every time they clashed, countless sparks would be sent flying in all directions, covering an area of 100 meters. Looking from afar, it was exceptionally beautiful and dazzling. The giant eagle's attack style was its wings, claws, and beak. It was very terrifying and very direct. It was not a profound technique, but its advantage was its shocking speed and high frequency. Moreover, its body was hard and indestructible. It was not afraid of being hit at all. It only needed to attack, and attack. Chunzong was different. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Even with the protection of the Heart Seal treasure code, it would not be good. The wings were like blades, slashing horizontally. The claws and beak were like sharp blades. However, Chunzong soon realized that although the giant eagle's attack speed was fast and powerful, it was a bit stiff. At least compared to him, it was so. In the end, this giant eagle was not a real giant eagle, but a transformation of a divine weapon. A divine weapon had a spirit, but it did not have the intelligence of a human. It was more of a self-defense and killing instinct. Since he knew where the opponent's weakness was, he just had to attack it. Chunzong's figure became more erratic, making it harder for the giant eagle to catch him. With a sword in hand, he continued to perform the superb, single-hearted sword. Every strike was sure to hit its target. Although he could not break the giant eagle, he could constantly consume its strength. As if it had sensed the threat of Chunzong, the giant eagle suddenly soared into the sky. It suddenly shook its wings and closed them in an instant. Golden light shone in all directions, like the sun. Slash! A huge blade light broke through the sky in an instant. The blade light was golden and extremely dazzling. It tore through the void and descended with a terrifying will that could cut and shatter everything. Chunzong's hair stood on end. It was too fast, and it was difficult to dodge in an instant. Swing the sword. Star Piercer. The dark golden sword light turned into a beam and pierced through the void in an instant, leaving a dim golden sword mark in the void. It went straight forward. This was the most powerful sword move that Chunzong had mastered. The golden blade light was shattered in an instant. The sword light was extremely condensed, and it only consumed a small part of its strength to shatter the blade light. The sword directly hit the giant eagle and immediately pushed it back hundreds of meters. Sparks kept sputtering. The place where it was hit was directly dented, and the golden light kept flickering. It swayed for a while, as if it could not maintain its current figure. Realizing that it was not good, the giant eagle decisively turned and flapped its wings to leave. At this point in the battle, how could Chunzong let the giant eagle go? Heart refining in one sword. The speed of this sword move was much faster than that of the Star Piercer. The giant eagle was hit again. After being hit repeatedly, the giant eagle's body swayed. The golden light shook and quickly dimmed, and finally dissipated. The giant eagle disappeared and was replaced by a long golden blade. The blade between the blade and the hilt was a giant eagle's wings. The hilt was the eagle's body, and the head was the eagle's tail. The long blade hummed softly. As it vibrated, it emitted a faint golden light, and a trace of a unique and mysterious aura filled the air. The aura swept in from all directions and kept entering the blade to restore its strength. Without hesitation, Chunzong took the long blade and quickly stored it in the Nine Heavens ring. This was a divine weapon, but Chunzong could feel that it was similar to his Xiaoyu divine weapon, but there were also differences. The most important thing is to find the source of the divine weapon, Chunzong said to himself. There were two types of divine weapons. One was external divine weapon, and the other was life divine weapon. Chapter 1981. Third update. How many monthly votes do you need? The Divine Weapon Secret Realm only opened once every 100 void years. Every time it opened, there would be many geniuses of stage 2 demigod level entering. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm was incomparably mystical. Divine weapons would naturally be born within it. Divine weapons that could transform into human form all possessed astonishing power. All of them were equivalent to Tier 2 demigod-grade existences. Of course, there were differences in strength between Stage 2 demigod-level existences. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, battle experience, skills, and so on were the key factors that determined one's strength. One's strength was never determined by one's strength. As for the divine weapon origin, it was the origin of the divine weapon. It was a kind of pure divine weapon origin energy that had not completely transformed into a divine weapon. After obtaining the divine weapon origin and absorbing it, one could integrate it into one's body and combine it with one's spirit, energy, and spirit to create a divine weapon of destiny that was completely compatible with one's body. It was also known as a natal divine weapon. The more divine weapon origin one obtained, the faster one could create a natal divine weapon. Shinzong defeated a huge piebald cheetah. The piebald cheetah began to escape. Its running speed was astonishing. It directly scuttled into the forest. Chase! Shinzong gave chase at full speed and kept running into the forest. Swing the sword. It was not the star-piercing sword, but the sword of heart and mind. Although the power was not as strong as the star-piercing sword, it was superior in speed. It's a pity that my swordsmanship focuses on killing. I don't have any control swordsmanship. Shinzong could not help but think to himself. Swordsmanship was a sum. Among them, there are different types of swordsmanship that focused on killing, attack, defense, speed, power, control, and so on. However, the swordsmanship and sword moves that Shinzong had mastered were focused on killing. They were lacking in other aspects. Of course, killing was also Shinzong's favorite. However, I can improve it with the sword of heart and mind. Shinzong thought to himself and attacked again. Sword of heart. This time, he did not focus on killing. Instead, he trained his sword into threads, and in the instant he struck the spotted leopard, it instantly exploded. The threads formed a net, and like threads threaded through needles, they continuously surrounded the spotted leopard. Layer after layer, they landed on the spotted leopard's body. The piebald leopard that was running at lightning speed suddenly stopped. Its entire body immediately rolled forward. Everywhere it passed, the trees collapsed and the mountain rocks shattered. Shinzong smiled faintly. Not bad. I can still improve it. He drew his sword refinement into threads, leaving traces in the void. Countless strands of sword chi spread out and landed on the piebald leopard's body according to his will, wrapping around it. The spotted cheetah's speed was greatly reduced. When it moved, it became even more difficult, as if a mosquito had fallen into a spider's web. Star Piercer. When the piebald leopard's speed decreased sharply, and even its resistance became weak, the star-piercing sword was the most suitable. Under the sword, the piebald leopard could no longer maintain its illusion because its strength had been exhausted. It turned into a strange weapon. It was a sharp blade that looked like a hook and was covered with saw teeth. It looked like a terrifying weapon that focused on killing. The aura that this divine weapon exuded was even more ferocious than the golden long saber that had transformed into a giant eagle. When it fell into Chunzong's hands, it still had some intention of struggling. However, it was directly suppressed by Chunzong and kept into the 9 heavenly rings. Chunzong felt that whether it was the golden long saber or the ferocious hook, he could refine them and make them his own divine weapon. However, he could only have one divine weapon. Therefore, he had to make a choice. What Shinzong wanted most was naturally the life divine weapon. Next was the sword-shaped divine weapon. Although the lesser royal divine weapon was not bad, in fact, it could not keep up with Chunzong's footsteps. Even if it was a complete royal divine weapon, it would not be of much help to Chunzong now. Because of this, Chunzong did not spend any effort to forge the remaining lesser royal divine weapon and make it a complete royal divine weapon. The power of the two divine weapons that he had obtained was not something that the imperial divine weapon could compare with. If he refined them, he would be able to strengthen his means. Of course, it was only a means, and it would not have an obvious increase in his strength. When he knew that he had a life divine weapon, what Chunzong wanted the most was a life divine weapon that was the most compatible with him. It would be best if it could become stronger as he improved. A faint and unique aura fluctuation came from not far away. Chunzong keenly caught it. He narrowed his eyes and swept across. His divine sense also swept out in all directions. He carefully sensed the source of the fluctuation. After searching carefully, Chunzong finally found it. It was a fluctuation that he felt from a giant broken tree. It was similar to the aura fluctuation of a divine weapon. However, it was very pure and did not have any attributes. All divine weapons had their own unique fluctuations. For example, they were heavy, fierce, sharp, cold, and so on. However, the fluctuation now was pure. Chunzong could not help but feel excited. Pure meant that it did not have any attributes. It meant that it had not become a divine weapon yet. It was the fluctuation of the origin. It was the fluctuation of the origin of the divine weapon. This information was told to Chunzong by Suluan. It was to make it easier for Chunzong to move around in the divine weapon secret realm. He swung his sword and split the giant tree trunk. He saw a light green ball of light about the size of an egg floating in the air. It emitted traces of pure aura fluctuation. It was the aura fluctuation of a divine weapon. The origin of the divine weapon. It was indeed the origin of the divine weapon. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately took the origin of the divine weapon into his hand. This origin of the divine weapon was born in the giant tree. If it continues to grow, it will become a wood-related divine weapon in the future. Chunzong thought. However, it is just the pure origin of the divine weapon. I can absorb it directly. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately absorbed the origin of the divine weapon. The origin of the divine weapon entered Chunzong's body and kept moving around. It did not even let go of his spirit ocean. Traces of aura were constantly being absorbed from all parts of Chunzong's body. In the end, the origin of the divine weapon slowly sank and fell into the newly opened space above Chunzong's spirit ocean. It stayed in the space and kept absorbing Chunzong's aura. In an instant, Chunzong felt that there was something extra in his body. It was like some kind of organ that was connected to his blood and could not be separated. Was this the divine weapon of fate? No, it was not the divine weapon of fate. It was the embryo of the divine weapon of fate that was in the process of being nurtured. As soon as their minds touched, Chunzong knew how long it would take for the divine weapon of fate to be nurtured. 100 years. 100 years. Chunzong was speechless. 100 years was not the same as 100 years in Tianyuan Sacred Region, but 100 void years. It was equivalent to 1,000 years in Tianyuan Sacred Region. 1,000 years. It had to be known that it had been less than 200 years since he started cultivating, which was less than 20 void years. 100 void years was simply too long. It was too shocking. 100 void years. He would definitely be in the imminent God realm. Fortunately, the time was not fixed. As long as he absorbed more origin of the divine weapon, he could shorten the time. In addition, Suluan also told him an important piece of information. Other than absorbing the origin of the divine weapon to shorten the nurturing time of the divine weapon of fate, there was another way. It was to refine the external divine weapon and gather its essence to nourish the origin of the divine weapon of fate. Of course, the effect was not as good as directly absorbing the origin of the divine weapon of fate, but it was still a good method. However, the result was that the external divine weapon would be damaged due to the loss of its essence. It would be completely destroyed and become useless. Chunzong did not immediately absorb the essence of the two external divine weapons. Instead, he refined the lesser divine weapon of fate to test the effect. Indeed, traces of essence flowed into his inner world and was absorbed by the origin of divine weapons. Not long after, the lesser divine weapons turned gray like rusty iron. They no longer had the slightest bit of spiritual aura and were completely reduced to trash. Chunzong could not help but feel a little disappointed. The lesser divine weapon of fate did not significantly shorten the nurturing time of the divine weapon of fate. It was still 100 years. This was because the lesser divine weapon of fate was not complete and could not be considered a true divine weapon. However, he could be sure that this method was indeed useful. As for the other two external divine weapons, he would keep them for now. When he left, he would need to take them out and count them on Su'Wan. Then, he would need to find more origin of fate and divine weapons. For a moment, Chunzong's heart was burning. If he could nurture a divine weapon of fate as soon as possible, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Thinking back to that day, the city lord Su'Wan, who was far away, controlled the divine weapon of fate. It was as if he was there in person. He had suppressed and cut off the arm of the spirit realm expert of the Chu family. He had even chased after the spirit realm expert until he fled in panic. In the end, he had escaped with serious injuries. The divine weapon secret domain did not only have one weapon gate in the Yuan galaxy. There were many of them. The Yuan galaxy belonged to the Xian star area. The Xian star area had hundreds of galaxies. It was very shocking. Every galaxy had a soldier sect. Of course, because some galactic forces were more powerful and had more galaxies under their control, the number of people chosen to enter the soldier sects of different galaxies under their control was different. For example, in the two galaxies ruled by the Yuan sect, there were as many as 12 people who entered the weapon gate in the Yuan galaxy. However, there were only 3 people from the neighboring galaxies. In the past, the divine weapon gate was very powerful and ruled over 3 galaxies. Each galaxy had a divine weapon secret domain. Therefore, the divine weapon secret domain that Chunzong and the others enter belonged to the Xian star area. In other words, in this place, besides the divine weapon and the origin of fate, they would also meet other geniuses of the Xian star area. Before entering, Su'Wan had told Chunzong all the information that he needed to know. In the divine weapon secret domain, they might meet other people from the Yuan sect and disciples from other galaxies. They might even meet the disciples of the big sects that ruled the Xian star area. At this moment, Chunzong was facing a disciple from another cosmic system state force. In the middle, there was a divine weapon origin that was being nurtured inside a huge rock. Chunzong and the other person's figures moved, exploding with full speed as they flew toward the divine weapon origin. The other person's speed seemed to be even faster. It was as if he was as fast as lightning. Chunzong was secretly shocked. Sure enough, there were many capable people in the void. He must not underestimate anyone. Chapter 1982. First update. Su Hao was a true disciple of the Fengling sect, a mid-level galaxy-level force. The Fengling sect was a powerful force that excelled in speed. Su Hao's speed was one of the best among the true disciples. Speed was what he was proud of. The origin of the divine weapon was close at hand and would soon fall into his hands. By then, he would be able to leave quickly with his speed. To Su Hao, fighting with his opponent was just a waste of time. It was better to use this time to find more origin of the divine weapon. Chunzong drew his sword. He swung out his sword. It was soundless, formless, and formless. However, the sword chi merged with the void in an instant and struck Su Hao at an astonishing speed. The moment the sword chi touched his body, Su Hao's expression suddenly changed. An extremely powerful force suddenly burst out, as light and sharp as the wind, as if forming a wind barrier around his body to protect him. However, Chunzong's sword was not meant to attack. There were thousands of knots in his heart. This was a move he created when chasing after the divine weapon transformed into a spotted leopard. Strictly speaking, it was an application of the sword chi. It dispersed the sword chi and constantly entangled the target, restricting the target's movements. This move was different from other sword moves. It focused on control, not killing. Every sword chi was a superb technique of sword silk. When the sword was drawn, it left a mark that did not disappear for a long time, as if it was branded in the void. It was also a more superb technique of leaving a mark in the void. Su Hao's wind barrier was torn apart in an instant. His whole body was immediately entangled by countless invisible sword chi, tightly binding him. He felt as if he had fallen into a spiderweb. No matter how he moved, he felt uncomfortable. It was very uncomfortable to be bound. His speed was naturally greatly affected. In an instant, it was reduced to less than 1/10 of his original speed. Although Chunzong's speed was not as fast as Su Hao's, he was not much slower. His opponent's speed had been reduced to less than 1/10. This was the best opportunity. He approached, split the stone with his sword, and took the origin of the divine weapon without hesitation. Stay. Su Hao was furious. He did not want to fight. He just wanted to take the origin of the divine weapon. However, the other party was too despicable. Su Hao erupted with his full power. Wave after wave of attacks smashed out, and the sword chi formed by the 1,000 knots in the heart was instantly shattered. The furious Su Hao's body erupted with a shocking aura, which transformed into a hurricane. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the world, shaking the surroundings. However, Chunzong did not intend to fight with him. The reason was simple. Time was limited, and he needed to continue searching for more sources of divine weapons. After all, the divine weapon's secret realm only opened once every 100 years, and there were only 10 days left. It was a rare opportunity for him to enter, and it would be a pity if he wasted it. However, Su Hao attacked in his fury. A hurricane that was accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura swept over. Immediately, a wind blade that was a few meters long tore through the air and arrived. Its speed was shocking, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. This wind blade was extremely fast, and its terrifying aura locked onto Chunzong, making it impossible for him to dodge. Turning around, Chunzong's eyes lit up, and he instantly drew his sword. Star Piercer. The dark golden sword radiance turned into a highly condensed beam, leaving a sword mark in the void that was not dazzling but seemed to be branded. It did not go straight forward, but had a slight arc. In this way, the speed of the sword increased by 30%. The wind blade was penetrated and shattered in an instant. The dark golden sword radiance pierced through the air and headed straight for Su Hao. Since Su Hao had attacked, Chunzong would of course not hold back in his counterattack. The dark golden sword radiance pierced through the air. Su Hao's expression suddenly changed. He paused, and the hurricane roared out and directly swallowed the sword radiance, causing a series of shocking explosions. After swinging his sword, Chunzong used his body movement again and quickly moved forward into the forest. It was not that he was afraid, but that he really did not want to fight. After all, he had already obtained the source of divine weapon and had successfully absorbed it. He had shortened the incubation time of the divine weapon of life. He needed to find more sources of divine weapons or divine weapons. Of course, if there was enough time, Chunzong would be more than happy to fight with him. Stay. Hand over the source of divine weapon. Heaven and earth. Tornado. Su Hao became more and more furious. He suddenly grabbed the void with both hands. Suddenly, the endless power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and gathered in his hands to form two small tornado vortexes. He suddenly threw them out. Boom! Boom! The two tornadoes broke through the air and continuously absorbed the wind between heaven and earth. They grew bigger and bigger, from the size of a palm to more than 10 meters tall. They directly chased Chunzong into the forest. The tornadoes were extremely violent and destructive. Huge trees were suddenly swept up and shattered into pieces. They were completely sucked into the tornadoes. Not only did the tornadoes not dissipate, but they also became more majestic and violent. Because of the countless trees and sand that were sucked into them, the tornado's power was even more shocking. The tornadoes roared in the forest and destroyed everything. The power was extremely shocking, like a natural disaster. From afar, they looked like two tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth. They were becoming more and more powerful. Suhao followed closely behind the tornadoes and quickly chased after them. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to catch up with Chunzong and take back the source of divine weapon. He would take this opportunity to teach Chunzong a lesson. As for killing him, he did not have such thoughts. The relentless pursuit made Chunzong frown. Chunzong's speed was indeed faster than his. If this continued, he would be constantly pursued. Since that was the case, he would fight and defeat Chunzong in the shortest time possible. His body did not stop. Instead, he drew a perfect arc in the air like a swallow returning to its flight. At that moment, he unsheathed his sword and slashed through the air. The sword light silently blended into the void. It directly passed through the two violent tornadoes and attacked Su Hao, who was chasing after him. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Chunzong did not intend to hold back. Therefore, he unknowingly used the second stage of the secret technique of breaking extremity. With the cultivation of the second stage of the demigod level and the support of the three flowers, Chunzong could completely withstand the burden and backlash of the second stage of the secret technique of breaking extremity. He could even use it twice in a row in a short period of time and still be able to withstand it. If he risked suffering the backlash, Chunzong could still forcibly activate the third stage and directly double the power. However, the consequence of doing so would be that his body would be damaged and his strength would decrease in a short period of time. The second stage of the secret technique of breaking extremity. There were thousands of knots in his heart. Previously, his sword heart had thousands of knots and was broken by Chunzong. This time, it would be difficult to bind Chunzong when he was prepared. However, with the 60% increase of the second stage of the secret technique of breaking extremity, the power was much stronger and completely different. Once again, Su Hao was bound. This kind of binding was much stronger than before. He felt the endless sword qi surrounding him. It was incomparably sharp, as if it wanted to cut his body into pieces. He could only muster all his strength to form a layer of protection to resist. The second stage of the secret technique of breaking extremity. Star Piercer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong unleashed the second sword strike. The second stage of the demigod level strengthened his body further and allowed him to withstand stronger impacts and backlash. Even so, Chunzong felt that when he unleashed this sword strike, his body seemed to be constantly impacted by a huge force and was about to explode. The dark golden sword light pierced through the air and directly hit Su Hao. Chunzong did not intend to kill Chunzong, but he did not intend to hold back either. This was because once he decided to go all out, he would not hold back. If Chunzong was killed, it would only be unfortunate. However, Chunzong did not aim at Chunzong's vital points. The sword light was dim, but in Su Hao's eyes, it was incomparably bright, causing his pupils to shrink like needles. Unable to dodge, the sword hit him directly. Su Hao only felt that his protective power was completely penetrated and torn apart in an instant. At the critical moment, a ray of light lit up and blocked the Star Piercer's sword. However, it was broken in an instant. Su Hao dodged in an instant, but he did not manage to dodge completely. The sword light slashed across his shoulder, tearing it in half and dripping with blood. After unleashing the sword strike, Chunzong sheathed his sword and did not unleash any more power. He turned around and quickly left. Inside his body, he felt a stabbing pain as if many needles were constantly pricking him. However, Chunzong forced himself to endure it and quickly left. Su Hao did not pursue him. Just now, Chunzong's two sword strikes made him feel that death was approaching. It was terrifying. Moreover, it seemed that Chunzong still had energy left. He was not sure what would happen if he continued to pursue him. It was just the origin of divine weapons. Instead of wasting time chasing after Chunzong and fighting a battle that he did not know the outcome of, he would rather use his time to find other origin of divine weapons. After thinking about it, Suhao turned around and left, although he still felt very unhappy. As for the injury on his shoulder, he needed elixirs to speed up the recovery. 99 years, Chunzong muttered to himself. After absorbing the origin of divine weapons, the incubation time of the divine weapon of destiny was shortened from 100 years to 99 years. According to this situation, did it mean that he would be able to incubate the divine weapon of destiny in a very short time after absorbing another 99 origin of divine weapons? It was wonderful to think about, and he was a little excited. However, Chunzong also knew how difficult it was. After all, it had been almost a day since he entered the divine weapon secret realm, and he had only found 2 origin of divine weapons. And he only had 10 days. Including the day he needed to return, he only had 8 days left. How many origin of divine weapons could he find in 8 days? Probably not too many. However, no matter what, he still had to do his best to search. One more origin of divine weapons would shorten the time. He also had to find more divine weapons. When he absorbed them, he would be able to shorten the incubation time of the divine weapon of destiny. A valley that was dark, deep, and incomparably tranquil suddenly trembled, emitting an earth-shattering sound. A huge dragon head suddenly soared into the sky from a valley. The dragon head was dark gold in color and was at least 100 meters long. It was very shocking. The dragon whiskers were of different colors and swayed with the wind, emitting a shocking aura. They were independent and seemed to be one, each different. Chapter 1983. Second update. The giant dragon rushed out of the valley. Its huge body was more than 1,000 meters long, and it exuded a powerful aura. With a swing of a dragon's tail, it instantly surged through the sky and swept out countless ripples. It was as if a huge rock had fallen into the water, setting off waves of violent waves. It was like a surging tide that rippled in all directions with an earth-shaking momentum. The divine dragon swung its tail and twisted its huge body, creating countless ripples in the void. It burst out at an astonishing speed and swept across the sky in an instant. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be retreating. Shocking roars resounded in all directions, and its aura was boundless. The giant dragon flew out of the valley, and its movement was astonishing. Its aura spread out endlessly and swept in all directions, spreading endlessly. No one knew how far it covered. Was this aura? The oblique wind sword sheathed his sword and put away the divine weapon in front of him. He focused his gaze and looked in the direction of the mighty aura. At first, he moved together with the eldest senior brother, the sword of no return, and the third junior brother, the drizzle sword. However, he soon realized that it was more efficient to split up and search for divine weapons on their own. His figure moved, and the oblique wind sword was like an extremely sharp sword light, instantly tearing through the wind, bursting out with an unparalleled and shocking speed, flying through the air in the direction of the aura. The oblique wind sword was not the only one. Many people felt the shocking aura that repelled the vacuum. They were all alarmed and attracted to it. This aura, feeling the waves of aura coming from the void, Chunzong was shocked. He focused his gaze, and it was as if he could see through the sky and see an infinite distance. Immediately after, his figure moved, and he quickly flew into the sky. In the sky above, numerous silhouettes rapidly rose from all directions and charged forward at an extremely fast speed. A huge figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The dark golden body was filled with a noble and mysterious feeling. It was more than 1,000 meters long, and its perfect lines were shocking. It was as if it directly rushed into one's heart and set off a frenzy. Shocking. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and were extremely shocked. Oh my God, that's... Li Wenhe's small eyes widened with all his might, looking a little funny, but no one laughed at him because the others were also shocked from the bottom of their hearts and souls. 10,000 transformation divine weapon. Yang Ji's face was solemn, and indescribable fanaticism was bursting out from the depths of his eyes. It's a 10,000 transformation divine weapon. All the geniuses were stunned. Shenzong was also shocked. Great transformation divine weapon. For a moment, Shenzong didn't know what to say. His eyes shone with unparalleled sharpness. His heart was beating wildly, and his blood was burning. It was as if a raging fire was burning in his heart, and it wanted to ignite his body from the inside out. 10,000 transformation divine weapon. Su Wan mentioned that the so-called 10,000 transformation divine weapon was formed by many divine weapons. Although it might not be 10,000 divine weapons, it was at least 1,000 divine weapons. Most importantly, there were often many divine weapon origins in the body of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. As long as they defeated the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, not only could they obtain many divine weapons, but they could also obtain the divine weapon origins. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was stronger and more terrifying than a single divine weapon. Think about it. 1,000 divine weapons combined to form a 10,000 transformation divine weapon. What kind of terrifying power would that have? Even though everyone understood this point, their hearts were still burning with passion, and they didn't have the slightest thought of retreating. Divine weapons were hard to find, and divine weapon origins were even harder to find. Now that there were so many divine weapons and divine weapon origins in front of them, how could they miss it? Kill. Without hesitation, someone immediately attacked. A palm was pushed out horizontally in the air, and the palm force that could topple mountains and overturn seas stirred up the wind and clouds. A transparent palm print sunk in the void and directly bombarded the body of the dark golden dragon formed by the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. With a bang, the palm print collapsed, and the dragon's body trembled slightly, but it didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. So powerful, it completely withstood it. The person who sent out the palm was also stunned. How could this be? This was simply too terrifying. In the next breath, the dragon counterattacked. With a roar, the air exploded, and extremely terrifying sound waves suddenly rushed out from the dragon's open mouth, as if a mountain flood had erupted, as if heaven and earth had collapsed, and as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. The sound waves covered an area with a radius of 100 meters and traveled at an astonishing speed. Layers of ripples swept out like a strong wind blowing across a calm lake. Countless ripples were stirred up as if they were going to turn into waves. They kept rushing forward with astonishing power. The layers of ripples were the powerful sound waves, and they were caused by the layers of the void, which were extremely terrifying. A few of them couldn't dodge in time and were immediately hit. In an instant, they also summoned their strength to protect themselves. The surface of their bodies was suddenly distorted, like a transparent robe that was being swept up by a strong wind. It was trembling and seemed to be twisting and turning. The protective power only lasted for a breath, and it was instantly shattered. As the bodies of these people trembled, their mouths swelled, and their faces were constantly distorted, looking very strange. Layers of light lit up, once again blocking the terrifying sound waves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they burst out their power again and retreated, barely escaping from the sound waves. Wherever the sound waves passed, the void seemed to be directly split open, leaving behind a transparent trace and rushed to an endless distance. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, these people's faces were pale, and they only felt endless pain all over their bodies, as if they were being torn apart by thousands of swords and knives. Terrifying. The impact of the sound waves was really too terrifying. Boom! The dragon's tail swept across the sky, and with a sudden attack, it was as if the void had collapsed and directly blasted towards the person who sent out the palm. He barely dodged, but the wind from the sweep of the tail brought him up, and he flew back thousands of meters uncontrollably. His body kept rolling in midair, and he was dizzy. The dragon's claws suddenly fell from the sky, and the terrifying claw immediately tore the void, leaving behind eternal traces, as if they were marks left in the void. The dragon's counterattack was too terrifying, and it directly scattered the people. "Let's join forces," someone shouted. "Let's join forces and defeat it first, and then we'll rely on our own abilities to snatch the divine weapon and divine weapon source." Joining forces was no doubt a good idea. After all, in a one-on-one battle, no one present was a match for it, and the difference was too great. Just look at the people just now. They were directly injured and spitting out blood, and they were in a very sorry state. Only by joining forces could they have a chance to fight against the great transformation divine weapon. Thousands of divine weapons and divine weapon source seemed to be quite a lot, and it was enough for everyone to divide. Fight! Kill! Everyone immediately spread out, and one after another, they attacked. Saber radiance slashed through the air, fist force roared, leg shadows were like mountains, sword radiance destroyed mountains, and whip shadows split the earth. Countless attacks were launched, and each of them was extremely powerful. Perhaps it was not everyone's full strength, but they definitely used most of their strength. They just wanted to defeat the great transformation divine weapon. The transformation of the divine weapon meant that there were no flaws, and they had to continuously attack it and continuously exhaust its power until it was completely exhausted. The giant dragon formed from thousands of divine weapons possessed astonishing power. It was incomparably terrifying, and the difficulty of exhausting it was simply unimaginable. Dozens of attacks landed on the dragon's body, and they exploded one after another. Countless terrifying forces rushed out, and it was extremely powerful and shocking. The roars were louder and louder, resounding in all directions and shaking the void. Boom! The dragon counterattacked again. It rolled its body, and a terrifying force swept out, wanting to destroy everything. Dodge! Counterattack! Even if the great transformation divine weapon was more powerful, it could not get rid of the weakness of the divine weapon, which was that it was not flexible enough. Its attacks were rigid, and although they seemed to be powerful, they were actually fixed and rigid. Of course, those who did not have enough combat experience and talent could not deal with it at all. However, everyone was outstanding, and they were all true geniuses. Not only did they have rich combat experience, but they also had extremely strong combat talent. Therefore, they all grasped the weakness of the divine weapon, and they dodged and counterattacked, exhausting the power of the great transformation divine weapon bit by bit. The great transformation divine weapon had extremely terrifying power. If one was hit by it, he would definitely be severely injured. However, as long as one grasped the opponent's weakness and dodged continuously, one could avoid the attack and counterattack. However, it was very dangerous, and if one was not careful, one would end up in a miserable state. Chunzong raised his body movement to the extreme, and he moved around very quickly. He moved according to his thoughts, and he could better sense the dragon's attack, so that he could dodge and advance. 3 hearts, 2 minds, sword technique. Heart refining, sword technique. Star piercer technique. Chunzong performed one sword technique after another, and each of his attacks hit the target. The power of the great transformation divine weapon was constantly being consumed under the continuous attacks of the crowd. This battle was extremely fierce and difficult, and it caused a great commotion. Boom! The dragon's tail swept across, and 2 of them couldn't dodge in time. They were hit directly, and their entire bodies were sent flying while vomiting blood. They felt as if their entire bodies had been crushed, and their bones were shattered into countless pieces. Fortunately, everyone had defensive means, which offset part of the power. Fortunately, although the power of the great transformation divine weapon was very strong, it was still at the demigod level, and it had not undergone a qualitative change to the imminent god level. Otherwise, they would all die. They could not block it at all. The 2 people who flew backward, vomiting blood, quickly took out elixirs and took them. They quickly retreated and ran their cultivation methods to refine the elixirs to heal their injuries. They had no strength to continue fighting. A strong wind swept over, and the direct impact made Chunzong feel as if he was about to be crushed. Fortunately, he had the heart treasure garment to protect him, which directly reduced the power of the attack by 70%. Chunzong's body was extremely strong, and he also blocked the remaining 30% of the impact. Only his qi and blood were shaken, but he was not injured. However, Chunzong was more careful and vigilant. It was just a gust of wind that swept past, and it was already like this. If he was hit directly, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. The terrifying strength kept rushing in all directions, repelling the void and shaking the four poles. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it could destroy everything. Waves of air surged, crazily shaking all directions, making everyone feel as if they had entered the deep sea. The dragon kept roaring, and its tail, claws, and head collided. Chapter 1984. Third update. The changes in the rankings are really as fast as flipping through a book. Steady, brothers. In the sky, the 1,000-meter-long, 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon danced wildly. Its huge tail slapped down, bursting with unparalleled, terrifying power. The astonishing pressure was like an ancient, divine mountain pressing down from the sky. The terrible pressure made it difficult for everyone to move and breathe, as if they were about to be crushed. Explode. All of them tried their best to dodge. The roar was earth-shattering, and a terrifying tsunami-like sound was heard. The terrifying pressure was like an invisible mountain crashing down, directly crushing the area below. A mountain was also smashed into pieces by the shocking power. An unlucky person could not dodge in time and was hit by the dragon tail. The terrifying power exploded and slammed that person into the mountain. His whole body sank in, and he vomited blood as his bones and muscles were broken. The dragon claw tore through the sky and sent another genius flying. He was bleeding profusely and looked as if he was about to be torn apart. Everyone's eyelids twitched. If he was not treated in time, he might die here. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm was not a good place. If he died, he would really die. Chunzong was extremely calm. With the sword in his hand, he seemed to be in control of the surroundings. The pressure brought by the 10,000 transformation divine weapon made Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit more condensed. The three flowers condensed, and the essence of power flowed faster toward the flower of the ultimate realm in the center. Like the essence, qi, and spirit flowers, the flower of the ultimate realm was also calculated by the degree of condensation. The most direct way was 10%, 20%, 30%, until it reached 100%. From the first level of perfection to the second level, condensing the flower of the ultimate realm and mastering the power of the ultimate realm, one's power would be doubled. Then, as one's cultivation increased, the flower of the ultimate realm would continue to condense. Every 10% increase would also increase one's power. Of course, it was not as obvious as doubling one's power. But as long as one's cultivation increased, one's power would definitely increase. Chunzong had just entered the second level not long ago. Before entering the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, his flower of the ultimate realm had not even reached 10%. But now, under the pressure of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon, his flower of the ultimate realm was condensed even faster than usual. With a flash of light, 10% of the flower of extreme had been completed. Correspondingly, the three essence, qi, and spirit flowers had become less solid. It was their essence that had fused into the flower of extreme. When the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed to 10%, Chunzong felt an even stronger power emerge from the ultimate flower of extreme. The bones all over his body seemed to emit a slight cracking sound that only he could hear. His internal organs had become stronger, his meridians had become tougher, his muscles seemed to have accumulated more strength, and his skin had also become tougher. There seemed to be a layer of power flowing through his skin, as if it could withstand all attacks. At the second level of the demigod level, there would gradually be power circulating around the body, forming a layer of invisible protection. There was no need to activate it. It would naturally defend against attacks from the outside world and protect the body. When one had just entered the second level, this power was almost undetectable. As the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed and one's cultivation increased, the protective power would also increase. In this aspect, it was not as strong as the demigod of the void. This was because when the demigod of the void entered the second level of the demigod level, its protective power would become obvious. No one knew that Chunzong's power had unknowingly increased, and Chunzong did not display any more power. He was still holding back. This was because defeating the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was not the end. It was just a turning point. Next, it would be a fight between everyone, a fight for the divine weapon and the divine weapon source. As the ultimate flower of extreme was condensed to 10%, Chunzong had spare energy to observe his surroundings. 2 of the 3 true disciples of the Sword Palace of the First Yuan sect were present: the Oblique Wind Sword and the Drizzle Sword. As for the Sword of No Return, it did not come. Perhaps it was further away. This made Chunzong a little disappointed. From the corner of his eye, he observed the Drizzle Sword's swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was like a drizzle. The sound was subtle, but it was as if it moistened everything silently. By the time one noticed it, one would have been hit many times. As for the Oblique Wind Sword, it was known as the Swift and Fierce Sword. As expected, its swordsmanship was extremely swift and fierce. Every swing of the sword had an astonishing sharpness that could tear the sky apart. It was better than the others, as if it could tear everything apart. Every swing of the sword seemed to have abandoned any elegance. It only pursued extreme sharpness. It was an extreme swordsmanship, but it had an extremely terrifying power. The others, such as Li Wenhe, Yang Ji, and Bai Mei, were also fighting. They were the true disciples of the Yuan sect, and they were using fist and palm martial arts. Bai Mei's body looked small, but the momentum when she attacked was very violent. Yuan, which was the beginning, had always been overbearing. The small white fist looked like an exquisite work of art, but when it was thrown out, it was very violent. It was like the fist of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could destroy everything. That small, white, jade-like fist contained an extremely violent and tyrannical force that could destroy everything. Moreover, when the fist was thrown out, it seemed simple, but it caused the surrounding aura to fluctuate. Yang Ji and Li Wenhe's attacks had different powers, but in essence, they were the same as Bai Mei's. They both had the beginning of Yuan. Involuntarily, Chunzong observed the Drizzle Sword and the Oblique Wind Sword again. He found that in their swordsmanship, the deep essence was similar to that of Bai Mei and the other two. However, although the essence was the same in the deepest part, what was displayed was different. The beginning of the Yuan, the renewal of all things. Chunzong could not help but have a thought. This was the doctrine of the Yuan sect, and it contained its principles and mysteries. Using the Yuan as the foundation to display all things, it was indeed a superb mystery. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to be able to catch something, but he could not catch it. That kind of inspiration was fleeting, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He could not recall it. Chunzong understood that it was because he hadn't truly grasped the essential elements and the mysteries within. If he had grasped it, then the light of inspiration would appear again, and perhaps it would bring him a deeper level of understanding. Fighting with the disciples of the Yuan sect would be a good way to do that. However, now was not the time. He had to defeat the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon first. There were dozens of geniuses, some of whom were from the Yuan sect, and some of whom were not. They were geniuses from other galactic forces. Under the joint attack, more than 10 of them were seriously injured and had to retreat. They were reduced to watching the battle while healing their injuries. However, they were not just watching the battle, because they were also waiting to heal their injuries and restore their strength. After the 10,000 transformation divine weapon was defeated, they would make a move to snatch it. Everyone had their own schemes in their hearts. To be able to grow to their current status and strength, no one was a fool. Even a truly honest people would have their own little thoughts. They wanted to save some strength for the subsequent battle. If they really did their best now, it was very likely that they would only benefit others. Some of the remaining people were slightly injured, but it was not a hindrance. The battle was extremely fierce, and it continued. Its huge body of more than 1,000 meters made it more difficult for the dragon to avoid the attacks of the crowd. It was constantly hit, and its strength was constantly being consumed. Perhaps the amount of energy consumed by each attack was very small, but the number of attacks and the frequency of the attacks was high. So far, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon had been bombarded at least thousands of times, and the light on its body had dimmed a little. This gave the crowd hope. They were all encouraged. The dragon roared and became more and more violent, as if it was angry. Shenzong looked cold and serious. His eyes were focused, and he attacked with his sword. Every sword was extremely condensed, and he pursued the greatest lethality with the least energy consumption. A sword move like the thousands of knots in the heart was completely unsuitable to deal with the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon. The sharp claws swept across the sky, but Shenzong's body was as light as a feather, a gust of wind. He dodged and swung his sword. The sword directly slashed the dragon's claws, bursting out thousands of sparks. A terrible force rebounded, causing Shenzong's sword to bounce high, and in an instant, it fell down at an even faster speed. It was like a bamboo in the wind. In just a moment, the dragon's claws were slashed more than a dozen times by Shenzong, and the light seemed to have dimmed a little. It was only a dragon's claw, but it was made up of many divine weapons. With a boom, the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon suddenly trembled, and its light dimmed a little. Kill! 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 Bai Mei's small fist suddenly blasted out, and an extremely terrifying force burst out, as if it was going to shatter the void. That punch was shrouded in fist force, as if it had turned into a giant's fist. In an instant, wind, thunder, water, and fire intertwined, and when they collided, the power was even more terrifying. That punch was like a meteorite, earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The dragon's tail was hit, and it shook violently. As the light flickered, it seemed like it was going to disintegrate. Bai Mei's serious little face seemed to blush a little, as if it was caused by the surge of qi and blood. Eldest senior sister's punch is even more violent. Li Wenhe subconsciously shrunk his neck, and Yin Ji's cold face seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone knew that it was the last moment. The power of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon was about to be exhausted, and they all burst out with their ultimate moves. Drizzle Sword, Cleansing Rain, lifted up her sword. Suddenly, countless rain-like sword chi turned into a rainstorm, and with a terrifying force, blasted toward the dragon. Oblique Wind Sword's sword was raised high, and it was slightly slanted. A layer of faintly discernible sword chi flowed and circulated on the sword's edge. When the sword slashed down, the void was torn, leaving a sword mark. All creation, Sword of Heart Refinement. Shenzong's body seemed to sway, and an illusion appeared, and together with the real body, they all attacked with their swords. Two powerful sword lights broke through the void in an instant, and directly hit the body of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon. Three flowers combined into one, condensing the flower of the ultimate state, and the whole body was enhanced. Then, he used all creation again. The Sword of Heart Refinement would not be burdened like before, and it would be more than enough. Of course, there was still a gap if he wanted to use it casually. With his current strength, he could only use it 5 times in a short period of time. Chapter 1986. The 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon was finally defeated. Its body, which was more than 1,000 meters long, exploded in an instant and spread out in all directions. Clusters of origin of divine weapons, which were of different colors and exuded extremely pure auras, were mixed among the countless divine weapons and sputtered in all directions like meteors. Everyone was very excited. Attack! They all reached out toward the incoming divine weapons and origin of divine weapons, especially the origin of divine weapons, which was the focus of everyone's attention. Those who had not obtained the origin of divine weapons urgently needed the origin of divine weapons to refine and absorb and nurture them into divine weapons of life. Those who had already obtained the origin of divine weapons needed the origin of divine weapons of life to shorten the nurturing time. As for divine weapons, although they were also very valuable, the origin of divine weapons was relatively more attractive. Of course, everyone would also take the origin of divine weapons. After all, they were very valuable and useful. Chunzong grabbed at the void with his left hand and immediately put the two divine weapons into the 9 heaven rings. The long sword in his right hand pointed and made a circle. The sword chi directly and cleverly encircled a lump of origin of divine weapons. He quickly drew it closer and absorbed it into his body. As soon as the origin of divine weapons entered his body, it immediately entered his inner world and was absorbed by the origin of divine weapons of life, shortening the nurturing time. At this time, Chunzong did not check how much time had been shortened because time was tight. Everyone was chasing after the divine weapons and origin of divine weapons that sputtered in all directions. Everyone was fighting side by side before, but in the blink of an eye, they had all become competitors, even if they were from the same sect. Get lost! Someone swept out his leg. The leg's shadow was as heavy as a mountain and carried a terrifying force. It forced the opponent to retreat. He reached out and immediately grabbed a lump of origin of divine weapons. That's mine. If you don't retreat, you'll die. Kill. The scene was chaotic. Dozens of people were fighting endlessly. Chunzong dodged an attack from behind and quickly grabbed the origin of divine weapons. It quickly disappeared into his inner world and was quickly absorbed by the origin of divine weapons. That person's eyes were cold and full of killing intent as he stared at Chunzong. It was as if he was saying, "I'll remember you. I'll settle this score with you later." Chunzong was not afraid at all. Snatch! As the divine weapons and origin of divine weapons sputtered farther and farther away, everyone had to split up and chase after them. The moment the 10,000 transformation divine weapon dragon exploded, at least 2,000 external divine weapons shot out at an astonishing speed, like meteors breaking through the sky. Although there were not as many divine weapon origins as the external divine weapons, there were hundreds of them. Chunzong's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the two balls of origin of divine weapons. In a flash, he transformed into a sword light and flew over. In an instant, he grabbed the two balls of origin of divine weapons and absorbed them into his inner world. And heaven and heaven and heaven and heaven. Silhouettes crisscrossed and spread all over the place. Every one of them burst out with extreme speed. Even those who had been injured earlier had taken action one after another, even though their injuries had not fully recovered. The sputtering speed of the external divine weapon and divine weapon origin was astonishing, but everyone reacted very quickly. The sword light filled the sky, and the saber light shocked the world. No one looked down on her because of her petite figure. Although everyone reacted quickly and attacked quickly, half of the origin of divine weapons of life and origin of divine weapons of life flew far away. Given some time, these divine weapons of life and death would recover their strength and be able to transform again. As for the origin of divine weapons of life and death, as long as they found a suitable environment, they could be nurtured into divine weapons of life and death again. After collecting more than a dozen origin of divine weapons and more than 20 divine weapons of life and death, Chunzong chased after 3 origin of divine weapons of life and death at an extremely fast speed. They're all mine. A blade light flashed across the sky, and mercilessly attacked Shenzong. It was as if it was going to cut Shenzong in half. Shenzong did not say anything. Instead, he attacked with his sword. The sword light was dark golden, but it was extremely condensed. The sword left a clear mark in the void and directly shattered the blade light. Then, it continued to attack with irresistible force. That person's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly defended himself with his saber. The dark golden sword light hit the saber and burst out with an extremely powerful force. This force was highly condensed and extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the void. It also contained an extremely shocking heat that could burn everything. The bright saber trembled in an instant. With the sword light as the center, a touch of red quickly spread out. The shockingly high temperature spread and scorched the surroundings. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have penetrated the barrier of the saber and directly hit the opponent's body. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The power of this sword was too strong and shocking. It was difficult to resist. He could only retreat to avoid the opponent's attack again. At the same time, he could also use this to dissipate the terrifying power contained in this sword. Shenzong did not attack again. It was more important to collect the divine weapon origins and external divine weapons. In an instant, the 3 divine weapon origins were all collected and absorbed by Shenzong. More than 10 external divine weapons were also collected by Shenzong into the 9 heavens ring. The harvest was amazing. Turning around, Shenzong immediately changed his direction and chased after the other divine weapon origins. The closer it was to the end, the fewer external divine weapons and divine weapon origins there were. The competition became more intense. Some people began to fight over a divine weapon origin. Brother Chun, I'm sorry. This is mine. Drizzle Sword Mu Yu was much closer to the divine weapon origin. She quickly attacked. Her sword chi surrounded the divine weapon origin like silk. She quickly pulled it closer and grabbed it. It disappeared. Turning around, Mu Yu smiled at Shenzong. Shenzong ignored Mu Yu and did not attack her. Instead, he looked around and changed his direction again. He flew towards the nearest external divine weapon origin. There were only a few hundred divine weapon origins. He had already collected close to 20 of them. It was a good harvest. As for the other divine weapon origins, most of them had fallen into the hands of others. There were only a few left, but they were too far away from him. As such, he might as well collect the nearest external divine weapon origin first. Then, he would fight for the divine weapon origin. That way, he would not miss the opportunity. Mu Yu's body moved quickly. She turned into a ray of sword light. Like a drizzle, she shuttled forward. She also had her eyes on the external divine weapon origin. Suddenly, the sword chi drifted towards Shenzong like a drizzle, giving Shenzong a feeling of being enveloped. The seemingly drizzle was actually an extremely sharp sword chi. Once struck by it, he would definitely be injured. Shenzong was shocked. He waved his sword. The sword light was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was as if it did not exist. However, it directly blocked and shattered all the sword chi. It's mine again. Mu Yu smiled. She stretched out her hand to grab the external divine weapon origin. Unexpectedly, the external divine weapon origin seemed to have intelligence. It moved horizontally in another direction. Shenzong had made a move. He used the formless sword chi to pull the external divine weapon origin. When the external divine weapon origin fell into his hands, he quickly kept it in a 9 heavens ring. I'll let you have it. Mu Yu's eyelids trembled slightly. She smiled. However, Shenzong did not care. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and locked onto his target again. Mu Yu, however, seemed to be going against Shenzong. She chased after him again and attacked with her sword. Traces of sword chi appeared around her like a drizzle. They swayed gently with the wind. When they accumulated to a certain extent, they shot out along with Mu Yu's sword. In an instant, there was a burst of ear-piercing sounds that sounded like rain hitting a banana leaf. The drizzle turned into a rainstorm. It seemed to lack the softness and lightness of a drizzle. Instead, it had the violence and power of a rainstorm. This was an even more lethal sword. The rainstorm of sword chi blasted towards Chunzong. It seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Chunzong. Chunzong seemed to have an epiphany. He waved his sword. With a twist of his wrist, the sword light drew a circle. The circle first became smaller and larger. It was as if it had turned into a black hole. It surrounded all the strong and sharp rainstorm of sword chi and absorbed it continuously. It then became smaller and smaller. In an instant, it was compressed to a point. It turned into the most powerful sword chi. It immediately shot out and left a mark in the void. Muyu's face suddenly changed. She felt that the sword chi that was shooting towards her contained a terrifying power. It seemed as if it could pierce through everything. It made her feel as if she could not block it. It was extremely sharp. It was so sharp that it could pierce through everything. In an instant, the sword chi suddenly exploded. It turned into countless sword chi that was like a rainstorm. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it blasted towards Muyu. The smile on Muyu's face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a look of shock. Extreme shock. What was that? That was clearly the killing move that he had just executed. It was like a storm of swords. No, it was not the same move. It was even more powerful than the previous move. It felt as if the other party had absorbed her rainstorm-killing sword and fused it with his own strength before returning it to her. What kind of terrifying sword move was that? Without much time to think, Muyu immediately retreated. She kept waving her sword because it was impossible for her to dodge. She waved her sword and shattered the rainstorm of sword chi. Every rainstorm of sword chi was bursting with astonishing power. It caused Muyu's sword to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu immediately turned into a rain of sword chi and pierced through the gap. At the same time, Chunzong had already kept the external mystical weapon into the 9 heavenly rings. Without looking at Muyu, Chunzong immediately rushed towards the other external mystical weapons. Interesting. This time, Muyu did not chase after Chunzong, because she felt that she could not see through Chunzong's move. She was not confident. Her eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed through the depths of her eyes. That was a trace of killing intent. Chunzong constantly recalled the feeling of using the sword chi just now. He wanted to imprint it in his mind. Later on, he would carefully comprehend it. It would be a good sword move. As for now, the most important thing was to fight for the external mystical weapons and the mystical weapon source. I'm sorry, Brother Chun. Li Wenhe quickly kept an external mystical weapon and said to Chunzong apologetically. It's okay. Chunzong smiled and replied. His body did not stop at all. He once again flew towards the other side. Under such circumstances, even if they had a good relationship with each other, they would become competitors. Chapter 1987. Another external godly weapon was obtained, but the others were too far away. Moreover, there were at least 2 people fighting for them, and at most 3 or 4. It was very intense. Chunzong glanced at them and was about to leave. He was going to look for external godly weapons and godly weapon sources elsewhere. The harvest this time was not small. There were more than 20 godly weapon sources and more than 60 external godly weapons. It was really an amazing harvest. Now, 10 days was only the end of the first day. There were at least 8 more days to continue searching. It was not impossible to find more external godly weapons and godly weapon sources. Second senior brother. Muyu stared in the direction Chunzong left and immediately sent a message to the oblique wind sword. The oblique wind sword was fighting for an external godly weapon. When he heard Muyu's message, he immediately looked over. After that, their figures flashed, and the 2 of them transformed into 2 rays of sword light that flew swiftly in the direction Chunzong had left. In a short time, Chunzong flew hundreds of thousands of meters away. He paused and stopped in midair, as if he was waiting for something. 2 beams of sword light flew from afar. One was sharp, and the other was gentle but they both contained amazing sharpness. Oblique Wind Sword. Drizzle's sword. Since the two of them had chased after him, it was obvious why they chased after him. Brother Chun, congratulations on obtaining so many external godly weapons and godly weapon sources. The Drizzle's sword moved and distanced himself from the Oblique Wind Sword. They surrounded Chunzong like two horns, and their auras locked down the area. Hand over half. The Oblique Wind Sword's words were not as tactful as the Drizzle sword's. Instead, he was very direct and sharp. It was as if his sword was going to pierce through the air with amazing sharpness. In that case, let's have a bet. Chunzong smiled. We sword cultivators should compete with swords. If I lose, I will hand over all my external godly weapons. If you lose, you will also hand over all your external godly weapons. The reason why he did not mention godly weapon sources was that he had absorbed all his godly weapon sources and could not take them out. So, Drizzle's sword, Oblique Wind Sword, who wants to compete with me? Chunzong's voice was as sharp as iron. Of course, he would not fight one against two. That method was too reckless. After all, no matter if it was the Drizzle sword or the Oblique Wind Sword, they both had terrifying strength. Chunzong was confident, but not arrogant. If he was arrogant, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been a pile of bones by now. As for Chunzong's suggestion, Muyu was deep in thought. He was analyzing the probability of winning and losing. He had to make a plan before acting, instead of agreeing to it immediately. This was his habit, his way of doing things. But at that moment, a bitter smile appeared on Muyu's face. He thought of his second senior brother. The Oblique Wind Sword, the sharper the sword. The more direct the sword, the less consideration there was. If there was a provocation and unpleasing to the eye, or all sorts of other things, one could just draw the sword and slash at the other party. There was no need to think. As expected, the Oblique Wind Sword had already unsheathed his sword. When the light green blade left the scabbard, it cut through the air at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. Ripples spread out, as if it was cutting through the water surface. A thin blade of sword chi also shot out, directly towards Chunzong. Such a sword meant that the Oblique Wind Sword accepted Chunzong's bet. Cleansing Rain could not help but step back with a bitter smile on her face. By leaving the battlefield to Chunzong and her second senior brother, Slanting Wind Sword, she had tacitly agreed to Chunzong's bet. Of course, it was not a battle of pure sword skills, but a battle of strength. The winner would be the winner. Whichever side lost would have to give up all their foreign mystical weapons. Based on his previous observation, Muyu estimated that Chunzong had at least 50 foreign mystical weapons. This was a good deal. In addition, he was very confident in the Oblique Wind Sword strength. Even if his eldest senior brother, the Sword of No Return, wanted to defeat his second senior brother, it would be very difficult. Chunzong's strength was indeed very strong. Muyu felt that he could not see through him. However, Muyu believed that if they really fought, he might not be inferior to him. The sword Chi Wind blade instantly cut through the air. Its power was not very strong, but it was very fast. It was extremely fast, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was the prelude. It was the prelude to the Oblique Wind Sword's attack. No matter if his opponent blocked or dodged the sword Chi Wind blade attack, he would receive the real attack from the Oblique Wind Sword. The light green blade suddenly shone and turned into a huge sword Chi Wind blade that was more than 10 meters long. In an instant, it cut through the void. Extreme speed, the extremely sharp and fierce sword, made Chunzong feel like he was being torn apart. However, Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and showed a touch of excitement. This was a good opponent. After he unsheathed his sword and shattered the first sword Chi Wind blade, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly attacked. The golden sword light shone and collided with the sword Chi Wind blade. The sword light dissipated and turned into countless sword Chi that shot in all directions. It covered the surroundings and covered the area within 1,000 meters. It was as if the void had been turned into a sieve. The Oblique Wind Sword's figure disappeared in front of Chunzong's eyes. A strand of extremely fine, strong wind that carried an incomparable sharpness instantly attacked from behind. It was extremely fast, and extremely ferocious and terrifying. The sword Qi instantly seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Chunzong's body and tear it apart. He did not turn around, but his sword had already attacked behind him. With a light tap, the extremely condensed sword light hit the sword Qi that was attacking him. It instantly exploded and turned into countless sword Qi that shrouded Chunzong from top to bottom. He felt as if his entire body had been pierced into countless pieces. It was as if he had been turned into a sieve. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. He turned his sword around and immediately surrounded all the sword Qi. From small to large, then from large to small, he counterattacked with his sword. Mu Yu's pupils shrank. Wasn't that the same move that he used to deal with her rainstorm-killing sword? Now that she was watching from the sidelines, she could see more clearly. Circle after circle, the sword absorbed the opponent's attack, compressed it, and then counterattacked with his own strength. Not only did it have the power of the sword, but it also had the support of his own strength. It was even more powerful. The sword Qi exploded like a broken wind, completely enveloping the oblique wind sword. The even stronger power caused the oblique wind sword's expression to change greatly. With a shout, his eyes were as sharp as swords. A layer of green sword aura instantly appeared on the body of the light green sword. It flowed around the body of the sword like water, and it was like an extremely sharp sword wind that circulated endlessly. The oblique wind sword slashed. It was only a slash, but it had an overwhelming power. It immediately blocked all the sword Qi that was coming at him. A sword tip pierced through the sword Qi of the oblique wind sword. It was like a reflection in the water. It pierced through the oblique wind sword and directly pierced towards his heart. This sword was merciless. This was a gambling match. The winner and loser could be determined. It could also determine life and death. Be careful. The moment Chunzong's sword slashed out, it was silent. However, Mu Yu saw it clearly and could not help but warn him. This made Chunzong frown. To a certain extent, Mu Yu's actions had violated the rules of the gambling match. Since it was a battle between him and the oblique wind sword, no one else was allowed to interfere. Receiving Mu Yu's warning, the oblique wind sword immediately reacted. His sword trembled slightly, and the sword light turned into a wind wall. It covered his body and blocked Chunzong's sword. Although it was pierced through in an instant, it gave the oblique wind sword chance. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and quickly pulled away. The oblique wind sword slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong took advantage of the situation. With a sword in hand, he displayed an extremely exquisite swordsmanship. His sword turned into a thread and left a mark in the void. For a moment, the oblique wind sword was actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Even second senior brother is being suppressed. Mu Yu was shocked. She carefully observed Chunzong's swordsmanship and constantly calculated. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This was his belief and behavior. The oblique wind sword was shocked. In close combat, his sharp swordsmanship was actually being suppressed. Although he was only at a disadvantage, it was still a disadvantage. His opponent's swordsmanship was clearly not as sharp as his own, nor was it as deadly as his eldest senior brother's, nor was it as calculative as his third junior brother's. However, it had a feeling that it was ever-changing and unchanging at the same time. It was as if it contained all mysteries, but also as if there were no mysteries at all. It was difficult to judge. The oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was indeed very sharp. It was so sharp that it surprised Chunzong. This kind of direct confrontation was much clearer and more direct than watching from the sidelines. And this kind of sharpness was gradually absorbed by Chunzong. Bit by bit, he integrated it into his own swordsmanship and used it for himself. Fortunately, his cultivation had broken through to the second stage of the demigod rank, and his flower of extreme had reached 10%. Otherwise, he might not have been able to suppress his opponent. Chunzong did not plan to waste any time. He attacked with every sword. Some were as violent as thunder, some were as swift as the wind, some were as heavy as a mountain, some were as turbulent as water, some were as sharp as gold, and some were as vigorous as wood. Light and heavy, fast and slow, yin and yang. Every sword's trajectory was different. The force and aura they contained were also different. This made the oblique wind sword feel difficult to defend against. The previous sword strike was clearly so fierce, as if it could destroy a mountain. However, it suddenly became light and flexible, as if an incomparably heavy mountain was pushing forward. At the moment of contact, it seemed to lose all its weight, as if it was just a shadow, as light as a feather. Even though he had already used all his strength to defend against that sword, he still felt as if he had not used all his strength. It was very uncomfortable, and his chest felt stuffy. What strange swordsmanship! Although Muyu knew that using the word strange to describe it wasn't appropriate, he couldn't find a better word to describe it. He could only use the word strange to describe it. Back at the Lin family sword star, Great Snow Mountain, this person probably did not use all of his swordsmanship to fight with him. At that time, he didn't have so many variations. Of course, it was also because he didn't continue to fight. If he had continued to fight back then, he would have learned more about his opponent. Then, his second senior brother might not be so suppressed now. If this continued, he might lose. No, I can't lose. Muyu's heart was bleeding when he thought about how he would have to hand over his external divine weapon if he lost. Therefore, he couldn't lose no matter what. However, he couldn't help him directly. So, a strange look flashed across Muyu's eyes. Chapter 1988. The oblique wind sword raised his eyebrows slightly and swung his sword diagonally. However, he changed his indomitable style. He paused in the middle of the attack and changed it into a stab. Then, he gently pointed his sword at the end. Qinzong was slightly surprised. Just now, the oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was indomitable and fierce. Every strike seemed to be as fierce as blood. But now it was still fierce. It was just that the style seemed to have changed. There was more calculation. Yes, calculation. But Qinzong did not doubt it. Maybe the oblique wind sword only fought with an indomitable style. When he met a strong opponent, he would change his style to deal with a strong opponent. Without a doubt, the sword art was still sharp, and the lethality was shocking. However, the oblique wind sword, that had a few more variations, was even more threatening than before. However, it did not make Qinzong feel afraid. Instead, it made him happy. For a moment, the oblique wind sword, who was at a disadvantage, was on par with Qinzong. Gradually, Qinzong found that the oblique wind sword's swordsmanship was more flexible and varied. It was no longer as fierce and rigid as before. It seemed that the oblique wind sword was undergoing a metamorphosis. A metamorphosis in swordsmanship. When the oblique wind sword was swung out, it condensed into a wisp of sword chi and attacked from the side. But the oblique wind sword came from the other side. The trajectory was beyond Qinzong's expectation. But Qinzong was still able to capture, resist, defeat, and counterattack the oblique wind sword with his superb swordsmanship. Wisps of wind-breaking sword chi kept condensing and floating around the oblique wind sword. The oblique wind sword was so sharp and fierce that it locked on Qinzong. It seemed that it would shoot out at any time and pierce through Qinzong's body. On the sword in Qinzong's hand, the cyan sword light flickered. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. Hundreds of wisps of wind-breaking sword chi shot out in an instant. It gave Qinzong a feeling of continuous drizzle. It was as if the fierce sword chi of the oblique wind sword had merged with the continuous drizzle of sword chi, or it was as if the continuous drizzle of sword chi had merged with the fierce oblique wind sword. It was as if the two had merged into one. Therefore, this sword strike posed a greater threat to Qinzong. With this kind of strength, the difference between the increase and decrease in strength was very obvious. However, Qinzong did not suspect anything else. He did not suspect drizzle sword cleansing rain. At this moment, Mu Yu was constantly observing and analyzing Chun Zong's swordsmanship. This was what he was good at, especially when he was watching from the sidelines. He could see more clearly. Therefore, he transmitted everything he observed and analyzed to the oblique wind sword through divine sense, helping the oblique wind sword deal with Chun Zong. To a certain extent, it was as if the drizzle sword and the oblique wind sword were working together against Chun Zong. This was already against the rules of the battle. However, he couldn't lose. Once he lost, all his previous gains would be for naught. In total, the two of them had dozens of external divine weapons. Their value was extraordinary. Furthermore, he had snatched it from the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. The 10,000 transformation divine weapon rarely appeared. He was very lucky to have encountered it this time. Perhaps the external divine weapons that he could get in the remaining time would not be as good as today's. Moreover, the external divine weapons that his opponent had obtained were no less than 50. If he could get them, it was inevitable for humans to have all kinds of desires. Chun Zong did not know that the oblique wind sword that he was fighting against was secretly helped by the drizzle sword. However, Chun Zong was addicted to this kind of battle. He went all out without holding back. In the fierce battle, Chun Zong gradually understood the moves and style of the oblique wind sword. The heart sword essence, the single-hearted sword, was the most unpredictable. The oblique wind sword was the oblique wind sword after all. Although part of the mysteries of the drizzle sword had been integrated into its swordsmanship, it did not belong to him. He could not control it as he wished. Chun Zong stabbed with his sword. The sword light was subtle and undetectable. However, it seemed to be refracted in the water. It went through the oblique wind sword and attacked directly. The sword chi of the wind-breaking sword gathered again from all directions and attacked Chun Zong's sword. Chun Zong's figure flashed. In an instant, 5 illusions appeared around him. 5 sword lights also shot out. They shattered the sword chi of the wind-breaking sword and attacked the oblique wind sword directly. He retreated with one strike. The attack of the sword chi made the oblique wind sword's expression change greatly. With the help of the drizzle sword's secret voice transmission, he had recovered from the disadvantage. However, he was now at a disadvantage again. It seemed that after he had improved, his opponent had also improved. The endless feeling made him feel desperate. In that case, the oblique wind sword swung his sword. It was majestic like a hurricane. However, he took the opportunity to retreat and widen the distance between him and Chun Zong. A battle was nothing more than close combat, and a fierce battle at an appropriate distance. The oblique wind sword was good at close combat and long-distance fierce battles. Since he was suppressed by his opponent in close combat, he could only change the way he fought. The cyan sword light stretched out in an instant and shot out across the void. It turned into a terrifying, roaring hurricane dozens of meters away, destroying everything. Cyan hurricanes appeared in the void. There were 9 of them in total. 9 dragons, air kill. In an instant, Chun Zong was surrounded by the 9 hurricanes. Each hurricane was formed by countless cyan sword chi. They were extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. They closed in from all directions and locked onto Chun Zong. The terrifying force kept pulling as if it was going to tear Chun Zong's body apart. Chun Zong only felt that his body was being pulled by 9 different forces in different directions. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. If his body was not strong enough, if he had not condensed the top-level flower of essence, he would not have been able to bear it. But now, it could not shake him at all. Chun Zong glanced around and focused his eyes. His body also became ethereal. Star Piercer. The dark golden sword light shot out in an arc, but the sword speed was even faster. In an instant, it pierced through a hurricane tornado. Sword of Heart Refinement. In an instant, he turned his body into a sword and became one with the sword. He turned into a peerless sword light and tore through the sky. He directly pierced through the hurricane tornado and attacked the oblique wind sword. Sword slash. The oblique wind sword flew out and felt a sword light constantly bombarding his chest. Although it was blocked by a layer of light on his body, the extremely powerful force seemed to penetrate his heart and soul. He felt like he was being torn apart. He flew back dozens of meters and could not help but spit out a small mouthful of blood. The oblique wind sword's eyes became sharper. He could actually hurt himself. How long had it been since he had experienced this feeling? It was really nostalgic. The oblique wind sword's eyes became sharper, and his aura became more terrifying. It was as if there were wisps of wind sword chi condensing around his body and constantly appearing. Spitting blood. How long had it been? A few years ago, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood by eldest senior brother, the sword of no return, and eldest senior sister, by May from the Origin Palace. Now he was beaten to the point of spitting blood again. His sword will grew increasingly stronger and sharper. Countless fine wind sword chi continued to grow and condense, fusing with an extremely terrifying sword will. That sword chi was light green in color, like specks of green starlight, spreading around his body and converging into one. There was a boom, as if the clouds were pierced. Muyu knew that her second senior brother was excited. He completely exploded with all his strength and burst out with a secret technique. This secret technique could increase his strength by 60% in a short period of time. Using all his strength and the secret technique, the oblique wind sword's combat strength increased greatly. Suddenly, he slashed with his sword, and the green sword chi slashed diagonally, with an extremely mysterious trajectory. When the sword slashed out, it was as if it split the sky into two. It made Qinzong feel like he was being split apart. It was much stronger than before. First level of breaking extremity. Star penetrating sword. Qinzong slashed out with his sword, and the dark golden sword chi flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the drizzle sword suddenly attacked. Wisps of sword chi were condensed in an instant and shot toward Qinzong at the fastest speed. It was fast, subtle, and very sudden. It was completely unexpected and impossible to guard against. The oblique wind sword's slash was extremely powerful, but Qinzong was confident that he could withstand it. In an instant, countless wisps of sword chi pierced through the air and attacked from behind. The moment they got close, they immediately turned into a torrential downpour and attacked mercilessly. He was attacked from the front and the back. It was very sudden. Even with Qinzong's ability, he could not avoid it and could not deal with it at the same time. The green sword chi and the dark golden sword chi collided. They instantly stopped and shattered, but the storm-like sword chi bombarded Qinzong's back one after another. Qinzong only felt that the wisps of extremely terrifying sword chi were bombarding him. They penetrated his layers of protection as if they were going to pierce through his back. The heart-treasured robe resisted the storm-like sword chi and weakened its power by 70%. It also made it impossible for the sword chi to penetrate. However, the remaining 30% of the sword chi's power still made Qinzong feel very uncomfortable. It was as if the sword chi was going to invade and destroy his body, but it was blocked by his strong body. Although he wasn't injured, Qinzong was still enraged. "You're courting death." He turned around, and his body flashed. In an instant, he became ethereal. Then, two illusions appeared on Qinzong's left and right. Attack. Manifestation of all creations. Sword of heart refinement. It was just an illusion before, but when Qinzong succeeded in combining the three flowers into one, there was an additional illusion that was even more powerful. Three beams of sword chi shot out at the same time. Each sword carried extremely terrifying power. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. After Mu Yu attacked, she expected Qinzong to counterattack. However, she did not expect the counterattack to be so fast and fierce. She could not dodge in time. She could only wave her sword. Endless sword chi condensed in front of her in an instant. Then, they merged into a wisp of sword chi and shot out. Qinzong's three beams of sword chi also merged into one in an instant. It did not become brighter. Instead, it became dimmer. However, Its power had increased exponentially. Shatter. The moment they came into contact, the sword chi formed by the drizzle sword was instantly shattered by Chunzong's sword light. The sword chi was like a hot knife through butter as it shot towards the drizzle sword. She could not dodge in time. She only moved slightly. The layers of protection on Muyu's body were instantly shattered. Even her inner armor was shattered. The right side of her chest was immediately pierced through and went straight through her back. The terrifying sword chi exploded in her right chest and raged wildly. Muyu's expression changed drastically. Chunzong's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he attacked again. Stop! The oblique wind sword reacted quickly. He immediately flew across the sky and attacked. The green sword chi covered the sky and shone in all directions. Get lost! Chunzong roared. The second stage of extreme break was activated. The star-piercing sword shattered the green sword chi and repelled the oblique wind sword. Chapter 1989. First update. Thank you for the tip, star-piercing sword. The oblique wind sword retreated a few hundred meters. The light green sword body trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. The hand holding the sword was trembling even more. The web between the thumb and the index finger cracked. Traces of blood flowed out. The corner of the mouth had a trace of blood, and the face was slightly pale. The moment the oblique wind sword blocked, Muyu quickly took out a pill and crushed it, turning it into powder and sprinkling it on the wound on her chest. She then quickly took a few more pills and used her martial arts to dissolve the pill's power to heal the wound. But the sword chi that invaded her body was very difficult to deal with, making it difficult for Muyu to expel it. Stop first, the oblique wind sword immediately said. But Chunzong seemed to have not heard it, and attacked again, directly towards the drizzle sword Muyu. Just now, when he was fighting with the oblique wind sword, Muyu's interference was equivalent to breaking the rules of the battle. That was fine, but that sword was even more merciless. It was not an interference. If he did not have the Heart Seal treasure robe to protect his body, that sword, even if it did not kill him, would have injured him quite badly, and the result would be that he would be besieged to death by the two. At that time, everything would belong to the opponent. Of course, even if he was injured, Chunzong had some confidence in escaping. But no matter what, the drizzle sword Muyu's actions had angered Chunzong. His heart was filled with murderous intent, and he wanted to kill Muyu as he wished. Muyu's face changed. She immediately retreated and did not have the slightest intention to fight with Chunzong, and directly ran away at full speed. The oblique wind sword forcibly mobilized his power and attacked again, intercepting Chunzong to buy time for Muyu to escape. Filled with murderous intent, Chunzong once again used the star-piercing sword. The second layer of extreme break. Star-piercing sword. Kill. The oblique wind sword's sword light was shattered again. The terrifying sword energy instantly knocked the sword out of his hand, and his whole body was sent flying again under the impact of the terrifying sword energy. The web between his thumb and index finger was completely ruptured, and blood flowed nonstop. The robe on the arm holding the sword was shattered inch by inch, like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. Some of them even had cracks on their arms. Blood spurted out, and they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Their right arms hung limply as if they had been crippled. Despite his severe injuries, the oblique wind sword gritted his teeth and grabbed at the air with his left hand. Instantly, the long sword that was spinning in the air flew back to him and landed in his hand. With a slash, the sword energy tore through the air and charged toward Chunzong again. He only hoped that he could stop Chunzong for a while. However, Chunzong did not care about him. He turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Drizzle's sword cleansing rain. In the several confrontations in the Lin family of the Ring Sword Planet, the killing intent had already existed. It was just that it hadn't burst out yet. Not long ago, Muyu had targeted him many times during the fight for the 10,000 transformation divine weapon. And now, they were even attacking him. They deserved to die. When the killing intent in his heart was boiling, There was no need to suppress it. At this moment, he had to kill. When Slanting Wind Sword saw that Chunzong was quickly fleeing into the distance, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly as he chased after him. "Stop! I admit defeat." He could clearly feel Chunzong's killing intent. That kind of killing intent seemed to be everlasting. Although his third junior brother had acted without permission and had broken the rules of the battle, even if his side had lost this battle, he was still very angry in his heart because he didn't like others interfering in a battle. His third junior brother's actions had also gone against his principles. However, no matter what, he could not let third junior brother be killed. Apart from their good relationship, it would be difficult to explain when he returned. However, Chunzong was extremely fast and full of killing intent. Slanting Wind Sword was not in a good state, and it would be difficult for him to catch up. He could only say that he would try his best. "Third junior brother, you miscalculated this time." Slanting Wind Sword sighed secretly as he chased after Chunzong. Drizzle Sword Cleansing Rain had always been known as a scheming sword. She would not act rashly. She would observe for a while and only act when she had some confidence. First, she would test the waters and constantly observe, analyze, and understand. Therefore, from the past until now, there had never been any major mistakes. She had always been able to win. However, this time, she was wrong, and it was a big mistake. She might have to pay the price with her life. Thinking of this, Slanting Wind Sword's heart sank. He could only hope that things would turn for the better. Run, run, run. Muyu could feel the deep killing intent behind him. The killing intent was like an undercurrent in the deep sea. It looked calm, but in truth it concealed an astonishing destructive might that could destroy everything in an instant. Muyu felt that he had opened a door that he should not have opened and released an extremely terrifying thing. He regretted it. The killing intent behind him was getting closer and closer. The sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, he might be killed. He did not want to die. If he could live, why should he die? For the first time, Muyu had doubts about his scheming sword. His scheming that had never failed in the past had now led him to his death. Escaping, he panicked. A figure entered his vision. It was a little far, but he was familiar and could recognize him. A smile of relief appeared on Muyu's face, and her speed had unknowingly increased by a bit. Eldest senior brother. At the same time, Muyu's voice came out. In the sky, a young man with an indifferent expression and dark eyes was quickly retrieving an external divine weapon. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw No Return's Drizzle Sword, Muyu. It was his third junior brother. He seemed to be heavily injured and looked to be in a sorry state. Who was it? Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes. A slight ripple appeared. Who was it that caused his third junior brother to be in such a sorry state? His figure flashed, and Slanting Sword of No Return immediately flew towards Muyu. He swept his gaze and stared behind Muyu. Chunzong. When Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes stared at him, suddenly, Chunzong felt a chill down his spine. The chill brought with it a deathly aura, as though it came from the void. It invaded his entire body, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Slanting Sword of No Return. Chunzong was not afraid at all. He quickly approached Slanting Sword of No Return. Traces of deathly stillness condensed in his gloomy eyes as he stared at Chunzong. He did not draw his sword directly, but just this pair of eyes brought about great pressure. Muyu stopped a few hundred meters behind Slanting Sword of No Return. Since eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return was here, there was no need for him to continue running. As the two of them faced each other, traces of sword essence quietly gathered and slowly increased. A strong opponent. With just a glance, one could tell. A strong opponent. Not long later, Slanting Wind Sword quickly caught up. When he saw eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return and Muyu's third junior brother, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Is this the demeanor of a true disciple of Sword Palace of Yuan sect? Chunzong could feel Slanting Wind Sword's approach. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, as though he was mocking him. Slanting wind sword and drizzle swords' faces turned ugly. You won the wager. These are all my external godly weapons. Slanting wind sword immediately waved his hand, and streaks of light shot out. There were more than 30 streaks of light. Those were external godly weapons. There were more than 30 external godly weapons. Without hesitation, Chunzong waved his hand and kept the external godly weapons. Ripples appeared in Slanting Sword of No Return's dark eyes, but he did not make a move. Where is the famous Drizzle Sword? Chunzong looked at Drizzle Sword and asked with a cold smile. To be honest, Drizzle Sword did not intend to give it to him. However, since Slanting Wind Sword had already given it to him, he had to give it to him. Slanting Wind Sword waved his hand and streaks of light shot out. However, each streak of light carried an extremely shocking sword chi, as though they were unwilling to give up. Such demeanor was obviously not as good as Slanting Wind Sword. Chunzong waved his hand and easily dispersed the sword chi. Close to 30 external godly weapons were kept in the Nine Heavens ring. Slanting Sword of No Return still did not make a move. That was because Slanting Wind Sword had already told eldest senior brother Slanting Sword of No Return everything that had happened. You won the wager between you and my 2 junior brothers. My 3rd junior brother attacked you without permission and violated the rules of the wager. It is reasonable for you to chase after him. The Sword of No Return said some reasonable words. Then, he changed the topic and spoke with a deathly stillness. His eyes seemed to darken as he stared at the Sword of No Return. However, you can't kill him in front of me. You can try. Chunzong replied calmly. His tone was extremely sharp, and his eyes were like swords. Mu Yu's heart suddenly trembled, as though it had been pierced by the swords. Let's wager a wager. If I win, I will not kill you, and this matter will be over. If I lose, I will give you 50 external godly weapons, Slanting Sword of No Return said. His voice was filled with determination, and there was no room for doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not give Chunzong any chance to refute. His right hand trembled, and the sword at his waist was unsheathed. The sword light was gray and hazy, a ball of white that was suffused with dense, deathly stillness, and it instantly flashed through the sky towards Chunzong. The dense, deathly stillness was the first to reach him. It was as though it had directly charged into his spirit sea and attacked his spiritual willpower. Chunzong felt as though he had sunk into a deathly stillness. He could not hear anything and could not see anything. There was only a deathly stillness. He could only move forward and could not retreat. He did not know where it led to. It was as though it was a path of no return. Chunzong could not help but be shocked. What a powerful swordsmanship. It could actually directly affect his spiritual willpower. One had to know that his spiritual willpower was extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to affect it. Slanting Sword of No Return was indeed extraordinary. It had stimulated Chunzong's inner battle intent. Heart Sword will, invulnerable to external evil. In an instant, everything faded away. A grayish-white sword light with a shocking, deathly stillness swept across the sky and attacked. Traces of grayish-white sword light flickered on the sword. It was like 1,000 snakes flicking their tongues. It made one's hair stand on end. Chunzong's body moved. He unsheathed his sword and attacked in the air. The sword light was invisible and colorless. It was silent. Slanting Wind Sword retreated to the side and did not attack. He just stared with a solemn face. Among the disciples of the Yuan sect, eldest senior brother, Slanting Sword of No Return, was the strongest. Even eldest senior sister by Mei of Yuan Gong could only barely be on par with him. Every sword strike carried a deathly stillness with it. It was as though it wanted to send people on a path of no return. The path of no return under Slanting Sword of No Return was a dead end. If one continued to walk down it, they would die. Chapter 1990. Second update. When I drew my sword, I had opened up a path of no return, a path of death. The Sword of No Return was a sword that carried a deathly stillness. It was a sword that cut open the path of yin and yang, a sword that sent people to hell. Dead silence. Boundless. Anyone who crossed swords with the sword of no return would be struck by the terrifying aura of death and desolation, directly impacting their mind and will. They would fall into a state of confusion and panic, and then be killed. The sword of no return swordsmanship was superb. His willpower was also incomparably strong, and his mental strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. He had comprehended his own way of using the sword. Compared to him, the oblique wind sword and drizzle sword were clearly lacking. To put it simply, the drizzle sword and the oblique wind sword were only scratching the surface of the way of the sword. The sword of no return was already at the beginner level. There was a huge difference between superficial knowledge and basic knowledge. This was also the reason why the sword of no return was stronger than them. But soon, the sword of no return realized that its deathly stillness sword intent did not seem to have an obvious effect on Chunzong. What he didn't know was that Chunzong's sword intent was the heart sword intent, a supreme sword intent. With this sword intent in his body, he would be invulnerable to all evils. What's more, Chunzong's soul was very strong, and he had a strong resistance against the invasion of external evils. A strong sword will and soul both had the ability to resist the invasion of external evils. The deathly silence of the sword of no return was an external evil to Chunzong. The threat of the sword of no return to Chunzong was reduced by half in an imperceptible manner. In terms of strength, the sword of no return was indeed much stronger than the oblique wind sword and the drizzle sword. However, the problem was that when the deathly stillness in his sword of no return was ineffective against Chunzong, it meant that his strength was greatly weakened. Putting aside the deathly silent willpower of the sword intent of no return, the sword art of no return had its merits. It was different from the sharpness of the oblique wind sword, as every sword was a killing sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of elegance, and it didn't seem to care about whether it looked good or not. However, every sword was a killing move that had been tempered over and over again, and it was only born to kill the target. An ultimate sword. Unlike the extreme sharpness of the oblique wind sword, it was more suitable for life and death battles. It was fine if he did not draw his sword, but once he did, there would be blood. But at this moment, the sword of no return realized that the sword that he was so proud of could not do anything to his opponent. While the power of the sword intent of no return was not completely effective, he was destined to fail. In close combat, the two swords clashed. Sword of no return began to be suppressed by Chunzong. The sword of no return gave off a feeling as if the sword had entered a swamp, or as if it had been surrounded by a spider web, and was restrained by it. The killing intent in Chunzong's heart had long been hidden. He calmed down and focused on the fight. When Chunzong was fighting for the omni-divine weapon, he was touched by the mystery of the beginning of the Yuan sect and the renewal of all creations. He wanted to fight with the people of the Yuan sect and experience it himself. Maybe he could learn something from it, and it would be helpful to his accumulation of swordsmanship. His battle with the oblique wind sword had given him some experience. Now that he was fighting with the sword of no return, his experience had deepened. Different styles of swordsmanship, but their essence was the same. Chunzong could feel this during the battle. Why was it that the same essence could lead to different styles? That must be the mystery of the Yuan sect's inheritance. From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to comprehend the profoundness of it just by exchanging blows. Could it be that he had to join the Yuan sect? While fighting with the sword of no return, Chunzong carefully understood the mystery of the sword of no return swordsmanship and analyzed its essence. At the same time, he was thinking of other ways. Joining the Yuan sect was indeed a way, but might not be feasible. After all, the more powerful the sect, the stricter it was. Maybe he could join the sect, but it was not so easy to get the real profound inheritance. Otherwise, it was likely that the inheritance would be leaked and obtained by other sects and forces, leaving a loophole. Therefore, the bigger the sect, the stricter the selection. They would not give out the real core inheritance unless they had a certain degree of confidence. Of course, some small sects did not have good inheritances, so naturally, they would not be so strict. But this was the case for most of the time. There were some exceptions. As for the exceptions, let's talk about it later. Let's defeat this person first. The long sword that was condensed from the heart sword, intent, instantly transformed several tens of times. Each transformation was a different stance, and each stance was a different force. In just an instant, the several tens of transformations disrupted the rhythm of the sword of no return and suppressed it. The sword of no return's swordsmanship was very fierce, but it rarely changed. The most important thing was the impact of the spiritual will. When it lost its effect, it was like a tiger that lost its claws and teeth. The long sword was swung away, and the sword went straight for the sword of no return's forehead, but it did not penetrate it. After all, there was no conflict between him and the sword of no return. He just needed to defeat the other party. The sword of no return's expression changed slightly. Deep in his gray eyes, there was an unconcealable shock. It was like waves of ripples, showing that his heart was not calm. Even though he had a bad premonition during the fight, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when it really happened. He had lost. It was not a big deal that he had lost. The void was vast. Although he was strong, there were people who were stronger than him in the same generation. It was just that he had not met them yet. It was just that he had lost too quickly. Drizzle Sword and Oblique Wind Sword were also dumbfounded, their mouths agape. They were completely stunned. Their senior brother was the first true disciple of the Sword Palace in the Yuan sect. His strength was second to none in the three palaces, but he had lost. Moreover, the key was that he had lost too quickly. The Oblique Wind Sword had not lost so easily before. They did not know the secret behind it. It was because the Sword of No Return's sword essence had little effect on Chunzong. Invisibly, the threat level was greatly reduced. Because of that, he had lost so quickly. I lost. The Sword of No Return's eyes seemed to darken. With a wave of his hand, 50 rays of light appeared, exuding a pure yet unique aura. Those were 50 external divine weapons. According to what they had said before, if the Sword of No Return won and did not kill Chunzong would let go of the Drizzle Sword. If the Sword of No Return lost, he would give Chunzong 50 external divine weapons. Now, the Sword of No Return would fulfill his promise. Chunzong stared at the Sword of No Return for a few moments, smiled, and took the 50 external divine weapons. Then he glanced at Mu Yu in the distance and said, "No matter how many tricks you have, you can't win against strength. What's the use?" After saying that, Chunzong turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. However, the warning in his eyes was clear. If Mu Yu continued to provoke him, there would be no reason for her to say anything. She would be killed without a doubt. As for this time, even if Chunzong wanted to kill Mu Yu, he could not do it. The Oblique Wind and Drizzle did not have to return. With the three swords working together, Chunzong knew that he might not be able to defeat them. Now, Mu Yu was running away in fear and had to rely on the Sword of No Return to survive. His mental state had been affected. Now, Chunzong's last sentence seemed simple, but it was actually directed at the Drizzle Sword Mu Yu's way of the sword. Mu Yu's way of the sword was scheming. However, Chunzong, who had defeated 3 of the Sword Palace's true disciples in a row, said such a sentence, which was equivalent to denying Mu Yu's way of the sword. It was like an invisible sword had struck her hard. Mu Yu's expression kept changing. Her eyes flickered, and her mind was in a whirlwind. When she was running away in a hurry, she was already a little shaken and doubted her own way of scheming. Now that Chunzong said that, the doubt in her heart expanded. Pucci. In the end, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face became paler and paler. She clutched her chest. Her eyes were gloomy. It was not the gloominess of the Sword of No Return, but the gloominess of denying herself. She seemed to have lost all her strength and fell from the sky. Junior brother. Junior brother. Mu Yu's ears seemed to have heard 2 calls from afar. Her consciousness kept sinking into the darkness. She did not kill Mu Yu. but the last sentence was like an invisible sword. It was a huge blow to Muyu, causing him to doubt his own way of the sword. To any cultivator, it was fatal, especially to a genius. A genius's will was very firm. The more firm they were, the harder it was to be affected. But if they were to be shaken, it would be very scary. It was like a mountain collapsing, out of control. Especially for someone like Muyu, who was good at scheming and scheming, her thoughts were extremely complicated. Once she started to doubt him, and it was a deep level of doubt, it would be fatal. Shinzong was very clear about this. Sword of Heart. That last sentence was the sword of the heart. Not killing Muyu and letting him live was the same as destroying his way of the sword. It was no different from taking his life. Of course, if Muyu could survive and think again, there might be hope for him to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. But it was very, very difficult, extremely difficult. If he really passed it and improved further, that would be an opportunity that belonged to him. Shinzong wouldn't care so much about it. This time he'd gain a lot. In the fight for the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, he had obtained more than 60 external divine weapons. He had also obtained more than 50 external divine weapons from the Oblique Wind Sword and Drizzle Sword. He had also obtained 50 external divine weapons from the Sword of No Return. In total, he had more than 170 external divine weapons. He had obtained more than 20 divine weapon source. After absorbing all of them, Chunzong checked and realized that the nurturing time of the divine weapon source had been shortened by more than 20 years. It was equivalent to reducing the nurturing time of one divine weapon source by 1 year. Now, he needed more than 70 years to nurture the divine weapon source. But Chunzong still felt that it was too long. Shorten? He had to shorten it further. It would be best if he could shorten it to 10 years. No, within a year. Chunzong had to admit that his idea was amazing. But it was a big goal, and he had to work hard for it. The sword light flew across at a low altitude. He spread out his divine sense and scanned all directions, carefully sensing the aura of the divine weapon source. Soon, the first day passed. Chapter 1991. The third update will be updated tomorrow. Everyone, please pay attention to the official account, 6 Paths of Depravity. Also, starting from noon tomorrow, the monthly votes will be doubled. 1 vote will become 2 votes. 10 votes will become 20 votes. This is a rare opportunity that cannot be missed. At the Soldier Gate of Yuan Galaxy, the vice leader of Yuan sect had already returned to the 1,000-meter spaceship to meditate. Only the 3 godsons were standing near the gate. Suluan, I'm afraid the person you're looking for won't do as you wish. The godson of Sword Palace seemed to feel that the silence was too boring, so he casually said, Could the person you're looking for be able to do as you wish? Suluan also casually replied, At least he's stronger than you. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. The person I'm looking for is in the first suppressing world city. He's ranked 20 on the demigod list. He has the title of Sly Sword. His sword skills are unpredictable. His talent and potential are above the top 20. However, the person you're looking for is said to have a low background. He's not even in the top 100 on the demigod list in the second suppressing world city. Hee. Su Luan smiled. Since you're so confident, why don't we have a little bet? The godson of Sword Palace smiled. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword coming out of its scabbard. How do you want to bet? Su Luan thought for a while. Even if he lost, he didn't want to lose. Plus, he was confident in Shinzong. Since he wanted to bet, then he would bet. Let's see who can get more foreign divine weapons between the person you're looking for and the person I'm looking for. The godson of Sword Palace was obviously very confident in the sly sword he was looking for. As for the bet, if you lose, the true realm spot will be mine. What if you lose? Su Luan asked. If I lose, the reflecting sword Jade Wall will be yours. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. Su Luan thought for a while. The true realm was a secret place of the Yuan Palace. However, for him, who was already in the spirit realm, it wasn't very useful. Of course, as a godson, he had such a spot, He could give his spot to anyone. The reflecting sword jade wall was the same. Therefore, using it as a bet was a small bet. So, how could Suluan not agree? If he didn't agree, it would weaken him. Okay, now it's the last day. They'll come out soon. At that time, we'll know the outcome. The godson of Sword Palace smiled. He seemed very confident. As for the Xian Palace's disciple, he stood to the side. His body was cold, and he did not pay any attention to the two of them. Even when he heard their bet, he didn't participate in it. Today was the 10th day and the last day of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. In the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, everyone started to rush back. Otherwise, if they were too far away and could not make it in time, they would have to stay in the Divine Weapon Secret Realm and wait for 100 years. 100 years was not a short period of time for any genius. But after 100 years, his peers might have reached the spirit realm, but he was still at the demigod realm. It was equal being left far behind. Who would be willing to accept it? Shenzong didn't rush back because he was still fighting. This time, his opponent was a person, or rather, a person transformed by a divine weapon. Most of the divine weapons were in the form of beasts, but very few were in the form of humans. Divine weapons that could transform into human form were usually the top external divine weapons that possessed even more tyrannical power and strength. Shenzong didn't expect to meet a human-shaped divine weapon when he was returning to Weapon Sect. Moreover, it was a human-shaped divine weapon that was holding a sword. The aura it emitted was extremely sharp. It was as if it was going to tear the world apart. It was extremely shocking. The moment the human-shaped divine weapon saw Shenzong, it displayed a shocking offensive power. It attacked without hesitation. This sword strike was like a bolt of lightning that tore through space. Sword lights surged like lightning and transformed into a raging tide. The shocking momentum was vast and mighty as it resounded in all directions. It seemed to be capable of shattering everything, and it carried an unparalleled mighty force as it smashed through space. Countless electric arcs appeared in the air, following the violent and domineering sword light as it shot towards Yishiwen. The power of the sword was stronger than that of the oblique wind sword and no return sword. Shenzong felt them all over. It was as if he was hit by countless electric currents. Shenzong unsheathed his sword, and a sword light shot through the air, directly hitting the lightning bolt. It instantly exploded. Shenzong immediately felt strands of lightning following the body of his sword, causing his hand to feel numb. That human-formed divine weapon didn't hold back at all. The second sword instantly slashed out. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, shocking to the extreme. It was like a bolt of lightning, incomparably fast. The two were very close to each other. Shenzong couldn't dodge it completely and was hit in the chest. The heart seal treasure robe flashed and blocked the sword and weakened 70% of its power. However, the remaining 30% went through the heart seal treasure robe and hit Shenzong's chest. He felt numb and lost consciousness. Unknowingly, everything in his chest had been destroyed. Fortunately, Shenzong's physique was strong enough. He also activated the unbreakable golden body to increase his defense. That was why the damage of the sword was reduced to the minimum. Thunder exploded. Streaks of Thunderbolt sword chi flashed with blazing light. They broke through the air like electric currents. Those were streaks of Thunderbolt sword chi. When they exploded at close range, they covered every part of Shenzong's body. They shattered the sky and wanted to shatter Shenzong's body. As he retreated, he swung his sword. It was as if he had no intention of doing so, but it also seemed as if he was completely focused on it. His sword light pierced out. First, it was one ray, then it was followed by many layers. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. With one point as the center, layers of ripples spread out, from small to large, from inside to outside. It was as if countless sword lights had formed countless circles and continued to spread outwards, forming a vortex that sucked in all of the lightning sword chi from the other party into it. Countless layers of sword lights were continuous. They rotated and trembled. They seemed to devour all light and turned everything dark. However, numerous arcs of lightning shot out from within it, and they were extremely violent. They were like extremely violent and ferocious trapped beasts that intended to charge through the restraints of the black hole, tear it apart, destroy it, and completely destroy it. It was even to the extent that the person that created this black hole was blasted into pieces along with it. Chunzong looked cold and solemn. His lips were pursed into a line. His eyes were extremely sharp. The lines on his face were extremely resolute. He was going all out. Heart mixed essence sword. Kill. The sword light was continuous. It was like rippling water. It was like a hurricane. Suddenly, it shrank inwardly, from big to small, from outside to inside. In the end, the extremely violent lightning energy within was compressed into a single strand. Chunzong's expression became even more solemn, and veins even bulged out on his forehead. The bright light emitted from his eyes was blazing to the extreme, and it was like white lightning that tore apart the dark space. Kill. The thunderbolt that was completely assimilated by this sword turned black. It became a streak of dark thunderbolt sword light. It carried a stronger power than before and broke through the air. It was very close. This sword was extremely fast. In just an instant, it hit the human-shaped wizard soldier. This extremely powerful sword had the power of the thunderbolt sword chi that the opponent had just displayed. It also had the power that Chunzong had integrated into it. With the combination of the two, its power was multiplied. With a boom, the human-shaped wizard soldier was repelled in an instant. Although he was not injured, the thunderbolt on his body flickered. His power was constantly being consumed. Heart Sword Realm. As if by luck, Chunzong released the Heart Sword Realm again. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, streaks of sword chi condensed in an instant. 1,000 streaks. 2,000 streaks. In an instant, the limit was broken. 3,000 streaks. 4,000 streaks. 5,000 streaks. The sudden increase from 2,000 streaks of sword chi to 5,000 streaks was beyond Chunzong's expectation. Chunzong was pleasantly surprised. Originally, the heart refining in one sword with 2,000 streaks of sword chi was not as powerful as the star-piercing sword. After his cultivation broke through to 3 flowers in one, his sword chi did not increase immediately. He did not expect that after so many battles, he would make another breakthrough. The breakthrough would increase his sword chi by 3,000 streaks. Self-freedom state. Heart refining in one sword. Kill. The heart refining in one sword with 5,000 streaks of sword chi consumed a lot of Chunzong's power again. Its power was much more powerful than the star-piercing sword. The human-shaped wizard soldier could not resist the sword and was repelled again. The thunderbolt on his body was so dense that it seemed to devour his whole body. Swing the sword. Chop, chop, chop. Seizing the opportunity, Chunzong took a step forward. His figure flashed and approached like an aurora. The sword in his hand exploded with the fastest speed in an instant. In an instant, the human-shaped wizard soldier was hit by dozens of sword strikes. Each strike was extremely powerful. The thunderbolt on his body flickered more and more intensely. He let out a series of shocking roars that shook the heavens and the earth. Sort of 3 hearts, 2 minds. The 6th sword struck out and repelled the human-shaped wizard soldier. The sword in his hand was also deflected. It was raised high and could not fall down for a while. This was a good opportunity. There were thousands of knots in his heart. The sword chi was like a silk thread that kept intertwining and falling on the human-shaped wizard soldier like a spider web. Instantly, it contracted and bound the wizard soldier. Even if it was only for a breath, it was enough. All creations? Sword of heart refinement. The most powerful sword strike was performed again. 2 illusions appeared around Chunzong. Kill. The 3 sword lights merged into one. The most dazzling one was the most dazzling one. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering, shocking the world. The sword struck out and left a sword mark, directly hitting the human-shaped wizard soldier. A series of ear-piercing explosions sounded continuously. The thunderbolt became extremely powerful, as if it was struggling for the last time. In an instant, it dimmed and became faint. An extremely bright sword mark remained in the void and did not dissipate for a long time. The human-shaped wizard soldier shook in an instant and turned into a long sword, floating in the air. The sword was 3 meters long. The purple body of the sword seemed to be engraved with thunderbolt. It emitted a weak thunderbolt and contained an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed that if it was activated and released, it could destroy everything around it. It was really terrifying. Without any hesitation, Chunzong reached out and grabbed the sword in his hand. As soon as he touched it, Chunzong was shocked and secretly delighted by the amazing power. Good sword, Chunzong couldn't help but ask. This could be said to be the best external divine weapon he had obtained since he entered the divine weapon secret realm. Not only that, it was a sword divine weapon. Before the life divine weapon was born, it could definitely become his own divine weapon. Chapter 1992. I've dropped out of the top 10. Double monthly votes. Brothers, let's vote. 1 vote is worth 2. Under the boundless sky, on the vast plains, a strong wind blew. The 1-meter-tall grass swayed in the wind, like waves that never stopped. A buzzing sound resounded through the world. It was as if an invisible heavenly sword had slashed down from the sky, tearing the void from top to bottom. An arc appeared. The arc glowed and stretched to the left and right in an instant, turning into a huge gate that was at least 1,000 meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were thousands of lifelike reliefs of divine weapons. The gate of soldier reappeared. The divine weapon secret realm was about to close. It was time to leave. Streams of light appeared in the void from all directions. They were like auroras, thunderbolts, and gales, flying towards the gate at an astonishing speed. They were like eagles spreading their wings, or dragons flying in the sky. They had different postures and were mysterious. Or perhaps it was like a sword light that was ramrod straight and sharp, and it instantly tore through the sky with shocking sharpness. They were the geniuses of the Yuan sect. They stopped in front of the gate of soldier. There were a total of 11 people, and one was missing. Li Wenhe squinted his eyes and quickly glanced at them. "Oh, Brother Chun is not here yet." Li Wenhe could not help but shout. "The gate of soldier is about to close. He should be here soon," Bai Mei said crisply. Yang Ji snorted. Mu Yu's face was pale, and her eyes were dim. She looked a little dispirited. It seemed that she had been seriously injured. The young man with the sword was expressionless. He looked ordinary, but his aura was strange. In an instant, a sword light flashed in the distance, flying towards them at an astonishing speed. The sword light did not travel in a straight line, but instead intersected along an arc. Logically speaking, its speed should not be very fast, but its speed was frighteningly fast. It seemed to be several times faster than flying in a straight line. Furthermore, the trajectory of that arc gave off a feeling of being completely natural. It was as if that was how it should be. It was already very perfect, and there was no room for improvement. The moment the sword light lit up in everyone's eyes, it had already approached in a stunning arc. "Brother Chun, you're in time." Li Wenhe smiled. "Thank you," Chunzong said with a smile. The soldier gate was beginning to fade. Once it faded completely, it would disappear and close. At that time, it would be impossible to leave. Several pairs of eyes fell on Chunzong, each containing different thoughts. If there was someone chosen by the other 2 godsons, there was slanting wind drizzle. There was no need to return to the 3 swords. As for Bai Mei, her gaze seemed to be filled with eagerness. "Brother Chun, don't be fooled by my eldest senior sister's appearance. In fact, she is a battle maniac. It is very likely that she has her eyes on you now." Li Wenhe's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, causing Chunzong to be secretly surprised. A battle maniac? Bai Mei, who looked like a little girl, was actually a battle maniac? However, Chunzong was only slightly surprised. After all, the void was so vast. There were countless stars, many galaxies, many star regions, and even many worlds. Even if some of them were uninhabited, the number of cultivators there was still innumerable. Just like the sand of the Ganges River, countless and endless. With so many people and so many cultivators, it was normal for them to have different temperaments. Since Bai Mei was a battle maniac, perhaps he would soon be able to fight with her and feel the mystery of the inherited martial arts of the Yuan sect again. The reason why Li Wenhe reminded Chunzong was actually out of kindness. He wanted Chunzong to avoid his eldest senior sister. However, he did not expect that his understanding of Chunzong was actually very shallow. He did not know that Chunzong was actually a battle maniac. However, Chunzong's battle maniac was different from Bai Mei's battle maniac. He was very low-key and restrained, so it was impossible to tell. His figure flashed, entered the blurred soldier gate, and disappeared. Not long after, the soldier gate was completely blurred. Gusts of wind blew past, and the soldier gate was blown away like smoke under the setting sun, disappearing between heaven and earth in the Shunbing secret realm. The Shunbing secret realm, which only opened once every 100 years, disappeared. At the soldier gate of the Yuan galaxy, figures flew out of the soldier gate one after another and landed on the ground. There were a total of 12 people, and none of them were missing. The three godsons could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Those 9 people were the true disciples of the 3 palaces of the Yuan sect, and they were the best of the best. Any one of them had a chance to compete for the godson position in the future, or even become an elder of the Yuan sect. The death of one of them was a great loss. However, Muyu's condition made them frown a little. As for the other 3, they were chosen by the 3 godsons, so they could not afford to lose them. It was related to their achievements in the competition for the position of the hierarch. Fortunately, they all came out alive. As for Muyu, she did not seem to be in a good condition, but they did not pay attention to it. They just thought that it was because she was injured too much in the fierce battle. Zhu Qing, show us all the external divine weapons you got. The godson of the Sword Palace immediately said. He knew that the vice-hierarch was secretly watching everything here. The number of external divine weapons the 3 godsons chose was very important. It was related to the assessment of the 3 godsons. Although it was not everything, it was still a very important part. As for the external divine weapon source, it would be absorbed, so it could not be taken out. It could not be used for the assessment. If you get enough external divine weapons, I will give you another opportunity. The godson of the Sword Palace added and glanced at Su Wan. The so-called opportunity was, of course, the Origin Realm spot that he won from Su Wan. Chunzong. Su Wan told him about the bet between him and the godson of the Sword Palace. Chunzong secretly nodded, but he was calm, which made Su Wan more confident. Zhu Qing did not take out all the external divine weapons at once. Instead, he took out one by one, attracting everyone's attention. You really know how to act. Li Wenhe curled his lips and said in disdain. Not long after, Zhu Qing finally stopped the action of taking out the external divine weapon. His face was calm and collected. Ha ha ha, 141 external divine weapons. The godson of the Sword Palace laughed. He was in a good mood. This was because he knew very well what 141 external divine weapons meant. Back then, when their generation entered the divine weapon secret realm, the best result in the Yuan galaxy was 143 external divine weapons. The second best result was less than 140. Zhu Qing's external divine weapons might not be the best, but he was probably the second best. The person that Su Wan chose might be good, but he was definitely not as good as Zhu Qing. The expression of the sword of no return and the others changed slightly. According to what they knew, Chunzong definitely had no less than 150 external divine weapons. Su Wan, let the person you like take out the external divine weapon. The godson of the Sword Palace smiled and was full of confidence. Zhu Qing also gave a mysterious smile. The brilliant light flowing in his eyes revealed an incomparably shocking confidence. Moreover, it seemed to contain traces of provocation. Chunzong waved his hand, and rays of light flashed out. In an instant, 142 rays of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They represented 142 external divine weapons. One more. It was just one more than Zhu Qing. Astonishment. Everyone was astonished. Immediately, a smile appeared in Su Wan's eyes, while a hint of anger appeared in the eyes of the Sword Palace's godson. "Oh, you really exceeded my expectations." Zhu Qing spoke. There was an indescribable, mysterious fluctuation in his voice. He looked a little surprised. "Since that's the case, I'll let you know what despair is." After saying that, Zhu Qing took out another external divine weapon. 1, 2, 3. Not long after, Zhu Qing took out another 9 external divine weapons. The total reached 150 external divine weapons. It surpassed the record of the Yuan Galaxy during the last opening of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. He was confident that such a record was enough to make people feel despair. The Sword Palace's godson could not help but smile. However, the Sword of No Return and the other two smiled bitterly. It was surprising. "Is there more? Take them all out," Chunzong said unhurriedly. "These are enough," Zhu Qing said pretentiously. Chunzong smiled. With a wave of his hand, 9 rays of light appeared. There were also 9 external divine weapons. 151 external divine weapons. Chunzong did not take out all the external divine weapons. However, it was enough. One more external divine weapon was also a win. "You?" Zhu Qing's expression changed. "Do you have more?" Chunzong asked. With another wave of his hand, 10 rays of light flashed. Then, another 10 rays of light flashed. Then, another 10 rays of light flashed. 30 external divine weapons. The total reached 181 external divine weapons. Su Wan's face was filled with unconcealable joy. 181 external divine weapons. This number was truly astonishing to the extreme. It directly shattered Zhu Qing's confidence, causing him to feel despair. The Sword Palace's godson's face was pale. Lost. He actually lost. Losing was just losing a place. It was not a big deal. The point was that he had lost in the assessment of eyesight. The Xin Palace's godson did not say anything, but he could not help but look at Chunzong a few more times, because he knew that he had also lost. Although there was no bet in the assessment of eyesight, he was inferior to Su Wan. The difference of 1 level was very important. It was really hard to say whether he could turn it around later. "What means did you use to get so many external divine weapons?" The Sword Palace's godson's eyes fell directly on Chunzong. With an extremely shocking sharpness, it made Chunzong's hair stand on end. It was as if his body and soul were being torn apart. His words also had a terrible sharpness, as if he wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. "Of course, I got it with my strength," Su Wan said. Her aura spread and enveloped Chunzong, resisting the impact of the Sword Palace's godson's aura. That was the aura of the spirit realm. It was very, very strong. Compared to the aura of the spirit realm warrior of the Chu family in the Second World Suppressing City, it was much stronger. "Put them away," Su Wan said to Chunzong with a smile. Chunzong's expression returned to normal. He put away the 181 external divine weapons. "Yinzhen, don't forget that the reflecting sword Jade Annulus is mine," Su Wan said with a smile. "And I will give it to Chunzong. At that time, I will take him to the reflecting sword Jade Annulus of the Sword Palace." Chapter 1993. Second update. Seeking monthly votes to enter top 10. The sky was vast and the stars were shining. The soldier gate was getting further and further behind, gradually blurring until it disappeared. On the 100-meter-long flying ship, Chunzong and Su Wan were still there. Each of the 3 palaces of the Yuan sect has a secret place to cultivate and comprehend. The Origin Palace is for the Origin Realm and is suitable for increasing one's cultivation. The Sword Palace is for the reflecting Sword Jade Annulus and is suitable for comprehending the way of the sword. The Profound Palace is for the bright, profound pool and is suitable for comprehending the mysteries of the Tao. Su Wan smiled and said, I originally planned to give the Origin Realm spot to you. I didn't expect Yin Zhen to propose a bet and lose the Reflect Sword Jade Wall. Now it's also yours. Chunzong was secretly surprised. For us, the 3 secret places are dispensable. But for you, it might be helpful. Don't refuse. Su Wan smiled. Thank you. Chunzong accepted. No need. You and I both win. Su Wan smiled. This time, Chunzong obtained 181 foreign god weapons. It was much more than before. It proved Su Wan's outstanding eyesight. In the test of eyesight, she had already surpassed the other god's son. As long as he continued to work hard, he would have the best result in the test. Now, Chunzong and Su Wan naturally had to go to the Yuan sect. Their goal was to enter the Origin Realm and the Reflect Sword Jade Wall. Not long after, when the flying ship speed reached its peak, Chunzong entered the protective cabin again because he was about to activate the Void Travel. Otherwise, with this speed, it would take a long time to reach the Yuan sect. It would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. When he woke up, the Void Travel had already ended. The flying ship was even closer to the Yuan sect. They would arrive in 3 days. Chunzong's heart couldn't help but ripple. He was slightly excited. Origin Realm. Reflects Sword Jade Wall. How much would he improve? Admittedly, his current strength was very strong among his peers, but he had not reached the peak. There was still a lot of room for improvement, and he still needed to work harder. Relying on one's own bitter cultivation and comprehension was the most common path. However, if there were other opportunities, one could not miss them. That would allow one to improve even faster and would not leave behind any side effects. During these 3 days, Chunzong continued to refine and absorb the power essence of the foreign divine weapon. In the divine weapon secret realm, Chunzong had obtained more than 181 external divine weapons. There were more than 220 external divine weapons. On the first day, because of the 10,000 transformation divine weapon, he obtained a lot. Then, from the 3 swords of slanting wind and drizzle, he obtained more than 100. In the following 8 or 9 days, although the harvest was not as shocking as the first day, it was still not a small number. In total, he obtained more than 200 items. As for the divine weapon origin, although it was not as much as the first day, he still managed to obtain some, which shortened the incubation time of the life divine weapon to 50 years. Now, as Chunzong continued to refine and absorb the power essence of the external divine weapons, the incubation time of the life divine weapon was also constantly shortened. Refining and absorbing the power essence of one external divine weapon was not as efficient as directly absorbing the power essence of one divine weapon origin. Refining and absorbing the power essence of 5 external divine weapons was as efficient as absorbing the power essence of one divine weapon origin. If he refined and absorbed all 220 external divine weapons, theoretically, he should be able to shorten the incubation time by 44 years. Refine, refine, refine. Every time he refined an external divine weapon, it would take some time. After refining continuously for an entire day, he could only refine a dozen external divine weapons. This was because Chunzong had an inner world. If it were someone without an inner world, the efficiency would be more than 10 times lower. On the last day before he arrived at the Yuan sect, Chunzong finished refining the 220 external divine weapons and successfully absorbed all their essences. He only left a few things, which might be useful in the future. At this moment, the external divine weapon in his hand had become dim and lusterless. It was covered with rust, as if it had been eroded by countless years and finally became like this. It had lost all its spirituality and no longer had a trace of power. It was completely useless and became a piece of scrap iron. 5 years. It would take another 5 years before the incubation of the life divine weapon. Compared to 100 years, 5 years was within the range that Chunzong could accept. In 5 years before the incubation of the life divine weapon, I will let you accompany me first. Chunzong took out the long purple sword, which was 3 meters long and covered with thunder patterns, and said in a low voice. The sword seemed to be able to hear Chunzong's words. The body of the sword shook slightly, and wisps of light lit up on the thunder patterns. It shone brightly and seemed to be filled with an extremely amazing aura. It was very powerful. Chunzong had personally experienced the might of this divine sword weapon, and it was not inferior to his own. Now that he had refined it, his strength had also recovered. With this divine sword weapon in hand, Chunzong would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and his strength would become even stronger. Divine weapon. This weapon was related to essence, chi, and spirit. It was also inextricably linked to the spirit realm. However, the spirit realm was too mysterious. With Chunzong's current level, he was not able to understand its mysteries. He could not talk about it or inquire about it. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous to him. Otherwise, Chunzong would have asked Su Luan for advice. This divine weapon might accompany him for the next 5 years. Since that was the case, it had to have a name. If it did not have a name, it would not be recognized, especially for things with spirituality. Therefore, Chunzong gave it a name, which was Purple Thundersword. It was purple all over and contained the power of thunder. With Purple Thunder as its name, it lived up to its name. His sword finger lightly brushed across the sword. He felt the cold touch that seemed to contain traces of heat. His finger was slightly numb. Chunzong began to refine it. Refining a divine weapon required the power of the divine sense or the power of the divine flower. However, now that the 3 flowers were combined into one, he could refine it with the power of the ultimate realm. It was different from a half-god weapon. A divine weapon could better carry all the power of the user. It could also break free from the control of the arm and be controlled by the divine sense. In the void, a huge planet was slowly rotating. It surrounded a star that was emitting shocking light and heat. The entire star was surrounded by a layer of dense chi. It was like a layer of pure and somewhat dazzling fog. From far away, Chunzong could feel a pure and majestic chi wave from the layer of dense fog. It was very shocking. That is the Yuan star where the Yuan sect is located. Su Luan smiled. The Yuan star is a high-level star. Chunzong already knew that the stars in the void were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, top-level, and super-level. The level of a star was closely related to the size of the star itself, as well as the completeness and strength of the rules it contained. The Lin family's main star, the Sword Ring star, was a middle-level star. It was 1 level lower than the Yuan star. However, Chunzong could tell at a glance that the Yuan star was 1 size bigger than the Sword Ring star. Obviously, in terms of size, it was at least 3 Sword Ring stars combined. This was very shocking. Normally, the ancestral star of star-level force was at most a middle-level star. The main star of a star system level force was at least a high-level star. A very small number of star system level forces had a top-level star. As for star realm level forces, the weakest main star was a top-level star. The more powerful ones had a super-level star. The Yuan sect was very powerful. However, in the entire void, it was only a low-level star system level force. Of course, even a middle-level star system level force might not be much stronger than the Yuan sect. It was just that their foundation was deeper and their overall strength was stronger. However, they did not have an overwhelming advantage. Only the difference between a star level and a star system level and a star realm level would be obvious and shocking. It was like the difference between a half-step great saint and a demigod, or the difference between a demigod and a god. There is a quantitative change and a qualitative change. That is the star protection formation of the Yuan star. It is a middle-level void formation, the 1 Chi 1000 elephant space suppression formation. The Yuan sect's ancestor invited a formation master to set it up Su Luan said with a smile. The way of formation was vast and boundless. It would take a person a lifetime to pursue and study it. Those who were not talented enough would find it difficult to enter the way of formation. There were two types of way of formation. One was the normal level of formation. It was the formation used in the world or stars. The other was called void formation. It was like the difference between those below the spirit realm and those in the spirit realm. The sword ring star, the Lin family sword ring star, was a type of void formation. However, it was only a low-level void formation. The difference between a low level and a middle level was huge. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in the Yuan Sect's 1 Chi 1000 elephant space suppression formation. However, this kind of formation was extremely powerful. It could defend against or even kill a spirit realm elite. Shenzong could not test its power. With the protection of the 1 Chi 1000 elephant space suppression formation, the Yuan star was very stable. Although the formation was not fully activated and only a part of its power was activated, it was enough to defend against the invasion of many spirit realm elites. As one of the disciples of the Yuan sect, Su Luan could not enter as she wished. She had to verify her identity to prevent people with evil intentions from sneaking in and causing unnecessary damage. What she was most worried about was the invasion of spirit realm elites with evil intentions. As for those below the spirit realm, the Yuan sect did not care. Soon, Chunzong followed Su Luan into the 1 Chi 1000 elephant space suppression formation. Fog. It was full of fog. The fog was white when seen from the outside. However, when one entered, it was not only white. There were many colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, purple, silver, gold, black, white, gray. There were many different colors. They were constantly changing and hard to grasp. In an instant, a black tiger leaped out of the fog. It seemed to have rushed out of the fog and pounced. The moment it landed, it suddenly shook and dispersed. It quickly surged and turned into a flood dragon. It twisted its body and swung its tail. It was like a raging wave. It suddenly swam out. Its posture was vigorous and fast. The fog sometimes turned into a running deer. Sometimes it turned into a horse. Sometimes it was like a spirit snake. Sometimes it jumped like a rabbit. Sometimes it was like an eagle spreading its wings. It possessed a myriad of forms and variations, and it carried an indescribable and peerless profundity. Inexplicably, Chun Zongxing felt an indescribable emotion. Chapter 1994. I've been squeezed out of the top 10 again. Double monthly votes. One vote is worth two. One alliance chief can become two. This is a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. Myriad creation in one breath. One as the beginning and 10,000 as the end. All sorts of mysteries appeared in Chun Zong's mind and circulated in his heart. There were countless rays of light circulating in Chun Zong's eyes. It was as if everything was endlessly being created and destroyed. It was like the cycle of life and death. His entire being had entered a deep state of comprehension. This was the benefit of having a high level of comprehension ability. Su Luan did not disturb Shenzong. Instead, she allowed the spaceship to reduce its speed. Like a small boat, it naturally drifted within the myriad creation space suppression formation outside the Yuan star. This level of power was not enough to activate the natural defense and counterattack of the myriad creation space suppression formation. The myriad creation space suppression formation would not have any reaction. In fact, there were many people who were comprehending the mysteries within the myriad creation space suppression formation. However, they were all from the Yuan sect. Basically, they were all disciples of the Yuan sect. At the level of the mighty spirit realm, there was nothing much to comprehend. This was because they had already comprehended the shallow things. As for the deeper things, unless they had a certain level of attainment in Array Dao, they would not be able to comprehend them. The spaceship drifted naturally, as if it was following the waves. Unknowingly, it was also in harmony with nature. This allowed Chun Zong to comprehend even more smoothly. It was getting closer, As he continued to comprehend, Chunzong felt that many inspirations were emerging. Many inspirations were accumulating in his mind and were about to burst out. Once they burst out, he would be able to grasp the mysteries. This would allow him to have a deeper understanding of the heart sword intent and sword Dao. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed in at an astonishing speed. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was filled with the sharpness of a sword. The stream of light was like a sword light piercing through the sky. Su Wan's expression changed slightly. She immediately steered the spaceship forward at the fastest speed possible to avoid the attack of the huge, sharp sword light. The sword light did not hit the spaceship and instantly dissipated. This was because the power was very strong. If it continued to rush out, it might trigger a counterattack from the 10,000 Mammoth Space Suppression Formation. It had to be said that this sword's grasp of timing and power was very precise. It was right at the critical point of the 10,000 Manifestation Space Suppression Formation. The sudden acceleration of the spaceship directly disrupted Chunzong's meditation. He was instantly interrupted and woke up. The feeling of accumulating inspiration that was about to burst out also dissipated in an instant. In an instant, an indescribable sense of emptiness filled his body and mind. That feeling made Chunzong instantly go crazy. A trace of violent anger and killing intent also grew in the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, it burst out and turned into a monstrous killing intent that swept out. Su Wan was shocked. Just how many people had he killed to accumulate such a strong killing intent? Su Wan thought that he was at the spirit realm, but his murderous aura wasn't that strong. Murderous aura was related to cultivation base and strength, but it wasn't directly related. Some people didn't have a high cultivation base and strength, but their murderous aura was very scary. Because besides special martial arts, the strength of the murderous aura was closely related to the number of people killed. The more people killed, the stronger the murderous aura accumulated. Yin Zhen, don't you feel ashamed for interrupting other people's meditation? Su Wan calmed down the surprise in his heart and stared outside the spaceship. It was another spaceship. It was the spaceship of the Sword Palace's disciple, Yin Zhen. The sword light just now was also sent out by Yin Zhen. Su Wan, I was just trying to comprehend something. I just wanted to use my sword. Why can't I? A cold light flashed in Yin Zhen's eyes. He then said with a smile that was not a smile. Chunzong now knew that the one who had interrupted his meditation was Yin Zhen. The so-called sword attack was just an excuse. His purpose was to interrupt Chunzong's meditation to vent his anger. Because Chunzong had obtained so many four divine weapons, Yin Zhen had lost the bet to Su Wan. He was very unhappy. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong withdrew his monstrous, murderous aura. That was because it was pointless to be angry now. His strength wasn't as good as his opponent's. Now he could only endure and remember that one day he would return this sword attack. Yin Zhen's eyes glanced at Chunzong. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The spaceship accelerated and left quickly. I will take you to the One Chi Manifestation Universe to meditate some other day. Su Wan could only comfort Chunzong. However, he knew that his meditation was interrupted. He might not be able to get that feeling back next time. Since his meditation was interrupted, Su Wan didn't let the spaceship drift. He quickly flew towards Iyuan Star. Soon, Chunzong saw the palaces as if he had passed through layers of fog. Looking down from the sky, countless palaces fell on the ground and between the mountains, forming a huge circle. There was an indescribable, mysterious feeling. With his extraordinary sharp senses, Chunzong could vaguely feel countless qi. It seemed to be gathering from all directions and entering the palaces of Iyuan sect. The closer to the center, the purer and denser the qi was. That was the qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was a very high-grade qi. It was far better than the qi of heaven and earth in Tianyuan's sacred region. It was on a completely different level. Even the qi of heaven and earth in the Lin family's head, Star Ring Sword Star, couldn't compare. The difference was more than double. This was the chi of heaven and earth in a high-rank star. He really didn't know what level the chi of heaven and earth in a top-rank star and a super-rank star would reach. The spaceship began to descend. As one of the 6 godsons of a Yuan sect, his status was very high. He was second only to the sect leader, vice sect leader, and palace master. He even surpassed many elders. Naturally, he had his own mountain and cave. Greetings, Lord. At Su Luan's mountain cave, many people came to greet him. After Su Luan became a godson, the Yuan sect assigned them to serve him. They also took care of everything in the mountain cave. They were closely related to Su Luan's life. Therefore, they called Su Luan Lord. This is Chun Zong, my friend. Su Luan introduced. Everyone greeted him and called Chun Zong Lord. Chun Zong also greeted them one by one. Chun Zong temporarily stayed in Su Luan's cave. The cave was actually a name. It was formed by countless palaces. Chun Zong lived in one of them. He felt that the efficiency of the 3 flowers returned to 1 increased a lot when he cultivated there. It was indeed a high-rank star. The feeling was not so obvious when he was at the mid-rank star ring sword star. Chun Zong thought that if he cultivated here, he might not even need 3 years to cultivate the 3 flowers return to 1 to 100% perfection. Of course, he was not a member of a Yuan sect. It was not easy to stay here for a long time. Every day, other than cultivating, Chun Zong comprehended the sword. A few days later, Su Luan took Chun Zong and set off. They went to the secret place of Yuan Palace, True Realm. With Su Luan personally leading the way, Chun Zong wanted to enter True Realm. Of course, there were no obstacles. True Realm was like a secret realm. In fact, it was a semi-secret realm that had been modified. True Realm was not big. It was a circular platform. There were a total of 4 lotus-like seats around it. Each seat could accommodate 1 person. In the center of the 4 lotus-like seats was a circle like a mirror. It seemed to be able to reflect everything. Chun Zong entered with the other 3 disciples of a Yuan sect. Among the 3 disciples, 1 was a disciple of Yuan Palace, 1 was a disciple of Sword Palace, and 1 was a disciple of Xian Palace. They were all true disciples. This was because only true disciples had the qualifications to enter True Realm. Chun Zong sat down on a lotus flower and strands of aura spread out naturally, eliminating all distracting thoughts from his mind. He entered a profound state that was neither here nor there, neither there nor there. Traces of mysterious aura suddenly spread out from the mirror in the center of the 4 lotus-like seats. They turned into 4 streams and went in the direction of the 4 lotus-like seats, entering the bodies of the 4 people. In an instant, Chun Zong only felt that after the pure aura entered his body, it quickly went to the spirit sea. It entered the spirit sea and rushed directly to the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. As the 3 flowers swayed, it was as if their potential had been stimulated. Suddenly, they spread out layers of halos. The essence of power flowed out of the 3 flowers at an even faster speed and gathered in the center. 10 times. The speed at which the essence of the 3 flowers flowed out and gathered in the center of the great flower of extreme was 10 times faster than before. Chun Zong was secretly shocked, but he did not break away from this mysterious feeling. 10 times was not the end. It was a continuous increase. 11 times, 12 times, 13 times. Chun Zong became more and more shocked. Then he calmed down and worked hard to cultivate in accordance with the mysteries of True Realm. This was a rare opportunity. It was only once. He had to seize this opportunity and do his best to improve. 15 times. The improvement did not stop. It was still increasing, but the speed was slowly decreasing. When the speed increased to 20 times, it decreased by another level. However, it was still increasing slowly. The essence of the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit continued to emerge and merge into the great flower of extreme, pushing it to 20%. Originally, in the divine weapon secret realm, Chun Zong had already improved to 10%. There was still a big gap to 20%. Now, however, The gap was constantly shrinking. Close. Breakthrough. 20%. The condensation of the great flower of extreme had reached 20%. Once it reached 20%, the originally decreasing speed increased again, and it only decreased to its lowest point when it reached 30 times. Shunzong completely forgot about time and everything else. He was completely immersed in cultivation. He was immersed in the pleasure of the three flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. He was immersed in the fullness of the condensation of the great flower of extreme. This feeling was incomparably satisfying. It was hard to extricate oneself. 30%. Shunzong's condensation of the great flower of extreme broke through again, reaching 30%. After 30%, the speed increased again, and it only slowed down to its lowest point when it reached 40 times. Just like that, the three flowers of essence, energy, and spirit were stimulated. The speed of the condensation of the great flower of extreme also increased. 30% started to break through to 40%. 30 to 40% was a small transformation. The increase was more obvious than 20 to 30%. Of course, it was also more difficult to break through. However, with the help of true realm energy, Shunzong still managed to break through in a short period of time. 40%, an even more condensed feeling spread out. Chapter 1995. Part 1. Outside the Gui Yuan realm, Su Wan was still waiting. He valued Shunzong a lot. 4 figures appeared one after another. Shunzong was one of them. "How is it?" Su Wan asked with a smile. She also nodded at the 3 direct teachings of the 3 palaces in response. "Not bad." Shunzong smiled. It wasn't just not bad. It was unexpectedly good. 50%. The condensation of the great flower of extreme had increased from 10% to 50% in the short span of a day. Cultivation in the Gui Yuan realm was not only a double speed increase, but also an increase in efficiency. It was very direct, and there was no waste. So strictly speaking, the efficiency exceeded double speed. Going from 10% to 50% was a 40% increase. Normally, Shunzong estimated that it would take at least a year to increase it. Reaching the Gui Yuan realm in one day was equivalent to saving at least a year. Shunzong really wanted to say that he could do it a few more times. But that was impossible. The Gui Yuan realm was very important. Not everyone could easily enter. One had to be able to get a spot. Shunzong wasn't a disciple of the Yi Yuan sect. The reason he could enter was because Su Luan valued him. But that was the only time. After all, even the direct disciples of the Yi Yuan sect were looking at him. Shunzong didn't know that the direct disciples of the Yi Yuan sect didn't gain as much as him after entering the Gui Yuan realm. At most, they only increased their flower of extreme by 20% and not 40%. All of this was because the flower of essence, qi, and soul had reached the top level and resonated with each other. Shunzong didn't immediately go to the Sword Palace's reflecting Sword Jade Wall. Instead, he returned to Su Wan's cave to consolidate and get used to his increased strength. The flower of extreme had increased from 10% to 50%, a 40% increase. Not only did it increase the amount of extreme force by many times, it also increased its purity by a lot. The power it could unleash was also more shocking. Compared to before, his strength had increased by a lot. After stabilizing his strength, Shunzong went to the Sword Palace under Su Luan's lead. Su Luan suddenly told him that she had something to deal with and told him to wait here and come back later. The Sword Palace was on the other side. Whether it was the mountain, the grass, or the palace, they all emitted traces of sharp aura. It was like the ripples of sword qi. It was much stronger than the Lin family of sword. The Lin family was a family of swordsmen. Sword qi was everywhere. But compared to the Sword Palace of the Yi Yuan sect, there was still a big difference. This was because the Sword Palace was a galactic force. As a third of the Sword Palace, its strength and foundation were extremely shocking. Seeing Chun Zong, Yin Xiaoxiao was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. How could she see this country bumpkin here? Why are you here? Yin Xiaoxiao was finally sure that she was not seeing things. She screamed. Chun Zong glanced at her and ignored her. If they were in another place, she might have killed him directly. But she could not do that here. Otherwise, Su Luan would not be able to protect herself. How dare you not respond to me? Yin Xiaoxiao's face instantly sank while a wisp of ferocious killing intent suffused the space between her brows. This is where my sword palace resides. You're not a disciple of the sword palace or even a disciple of the Unorigin sect. Yet you've appeared here. Could it be that you intend to cause trouble? Yin Xiaoxiao was not completely brainless. At least she knew how to find a label for Chun Zong, although it was quite clumsy. Junior sister, is he not a disciple of the Yuan sect? The other disciple of the Sword Palace suddenly stepped out. He raised his eyebrows and asked softly. When he looked at Chun Zong, his face was cold. No, he is just a country bumpkin from a low-level star. Yin Xiaoxiao immediately replied. Fourth senior brother, this person almost killed me last time outside. You deserve to die. The fourth senior brother, who was the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace, was furious. He was full of murderous intent. His murderous intent was like a volcanic eruption. Before he finished speaking, he stepped out. The power that exploded in an instant was extremely shocking. It was as if he had stepped on the ground. The shocking power turned into speed. It was countless times faster than a cheetah. The distance of more than a dozen meters was crossed in an instant. He unsheathed his sword and rolled up a red sword light. It was filled with an extremely shocking heat. It was like a burning flame. It directly bombarded the sharp and overbearing sword light. He unsheathed his sword and used his full strength. Because Chun Zong was not a disciple of the Sword Palace, nor was he a disciple of the Yuan sect. He was just a country bumpkin from a low-level star. He did not have any superior status or backing. It was not a big deal to kill him. As for how he had appeared there, he would kill him first. At most, he would be punished a little because of this. But it was most important to make his junior sister happy. He used his full strength to slash out in an instant. It was like a volcanic eruption. It was like a raging flame invasion. Yin Xiaoxiao's face was flushed. There was a trace of ferocious joy. It was as if she could see Chun Zong's body being scorched in the next moment. Chun Zong's expression did not change. He did not unsheath his sword. He just put his index finger and middle finger together to form a sword finger. There seemed to be a faint wisp of power permeating the sword finger. One point, he just gently extended his sword finger and gently pointed at the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace in the void. Boom! Under the sword finger, a wisp of sword chi instantly burst out with a shocking sound of thunder. The sound of thunder rolled and shook all directions. Sword chi thunder. This was a technique at the same level as sword silk training. Only when one's swordsmanship reached a certain level could one have a chance to master it. Of course, not everyone could master it. It required talent and opportunity. Chun Zong had mastered it. Well, he had just mastered it not long ago. Sword thread training was to condense the sword chi to the extreme. It could cut through anything. The void scar was more profound. It was a sign that one's sword art realm and strength had reached a certain level. As for the sword chi thunderous sound, it had an astonishing explosive power. It was like thunder. With a boom, the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace's crimson sword light was shattered in an instant. His whole body seemed to have been hit by a violent giant hammer. He flew backward at an even faster speed. He could not help but spit out blood, which splattered across the sky. Fourth senior brother. The smile on Yin Xiaoxiao's face was as fragile as a porcelain that had fallen to the ground. It shattered instantly, and she screamed. One move. He was defeated in just one move. Although fourth senior brother was not as strong as third senior brother, he was not weak either. Moreover, he did not even draw his sword. How could he be so much stronger? How dare you commit murder in the Sword Palace? Yin Xiaoxiao was full of confidence. She immediately used the tiger's skin as a flag and shouted loudly, "Come quickly! Someone wants to kill fourth senior brother." She knew that she was not strong enough to deal with him. Chinzong could not help but look gloomy. If he wanted to kill, the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace would not have spat out blood. He would have died directly. Although he didn't draw his sword, the power of the finger sword earlier was incomparably shocking and tyrannical. The thunderous sound of the sword chi was even more violent, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It directly destroyed everything and was filled with shocking destructive power. Hearing Yin Xiaoxiao's words, suddenly, a tyrannical aura burst out and rushed over. Then, a figure appeared. Oblique Wind Sword, sword of no return. As for Drizzle Sword, he was meditating in seclusion to adjust himself and think about his way of the sword. The two of them quickly appeared, especially Oblique Wind Sword. His sword chi became sharper. However, when he saw Chinzong, he was slightly stunned. Sword of No Return was also slightly stunned. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother. This person wants to kill fourth senior brother. Quickly kill him. Seeing Sword of No Return and Oblique Wind Sword, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately screamed. Her voice was so sharp that it made people's scalps go numb. Little junior sister, fourth junior brother, is only injured. Oblique Wind Sword could not help but smile bitterly. He knew that he could not defeat him at all. This surprised everyone. Was this the second senior brother, Oblique Wind Sword, who drew his sword whenever they disagreed? It couldn't be fake, right? Sword of No Return did not directly attack. His dark eyes stared at Chinzong with a bit of sternness. Why did you use such a heavy hand? You should be glad that this is the Sword Palace. Chinzong replied slowly and looked at Sword of No Return. What was there to fear from a loser? The other true disciples of the Sword Palace were even more surprised. This was their eldest senior brother, the Sword of No Return, who was also known as the Sword of Death. What happened? A figure seemed to appear out of thin air beside Chinzong. It was Su Wan, who had rushed over after settling things. Greetings, Teacher Su. Everyone saluted. Chinzong also briefly explained the situation through voice transmission. I brought Chinzong here. Yin Zhen lost the spot for the reflecting sword jade annulus to me. Now, I'm giving the spot to Chinzong. Do you have any other questions? Su Wan's tone and expression were very calm. But this calmness made Yin Xiaoxiao and the others feel oppressed. It came from the bottom of their hearts. Teacher, his position was far higher than theirs. His cultivation and strength were also far higher than theirs. Since this person was brought here by Su Wan, then no matter what they said, they would only be humiliating themselves. Even Yin Xiaoxiao's grandfather, the second elder of the Sword Palace, had a similar position as Su Wan. But in the future, Su Wan could at least become a palace master or even a vice sect master or sect master. Under normal circumstances, the second elder of the Sword Palace did not want to become enemies with him and offend him. This matter could only be left unsettled. The most miserable one was the fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace. He used all his strength but was sent flying by a sword finger. He spat out blood and was injured. He could not pursue the matter. He was extremely aggrieved. As for Yin Xiaoxiao, it seemed that she would not let this matter go. She just did not have a suitable method. The reflecting sword jade annulus opened. Chinzong also stepped inside. Like the returning realm, the reflecting sword jade annulus was also a semi-secret realm. Only 4 people could enter at a time. Chinzong was one of them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.